Evening, everyone. It's Saturday night, and that means it's late night Football Manager streaming with Hertha Berlin. Yeah, how's everyone doing? I hope you're all enjoying the weekend so far. I've done absolutely nothing, so it's been great. I've sat and played a bit of Assassin's Creed Valhalla for a couple of hours, and yeah, done nothing productive at all. So, a good start to my weekend as far as I'm concerned. How's yours going? Hopefully, you've had a bit more fun than I. Well, I can't say I haven't had fun. I've enjoyed Valhalla. I know it's a couple of years old, and I do tend to get to games pretty damn late, but I'm really enjoying this. It's definitely right up my street. I only played a few of the Assassin's Creed games, like the original one, I think it was Odyssey, which I quite like. I do like a bit of open world. And yeah, really enjoying Valhalla so far. But you're not here to listen to me talk about Assassin's Creed, are you? You're here to talk about Football Manager. So let's recap where we left off with the last stream. We are still top of the league. We are 4 points clear of Bayern Munich. We've only lost the one game, that was to Schalke last month, perhaps even the month before in January, which broke our 41 game unbeaten run in the league. It was a sad moment for anyone who was there. It was definitely a sad moment. But we've picked up since then. We have, you can see here is the Schalke loss. We have won all but one match, and that match being against FC Porto in the Champions League round of 16. We are in the quarter final, ladies and gentlemen. We've not had the draw yet, so we don't know who we're up against. But we know there are some big opponents now left in there. We are progressing all beyond where I was expecting us to get this year. I was expecting my Champions League run to come in a couple of years. I was expecting group stages at best in this one, possibly sneaking into the top 16, but instead we made it into the top 8, skipped the playoff round, straight into the round of 16, where actually we kind of struggled against Porto, only in terms of scoreline. I think in terms of the stats, we did pretty well. We dominated both of the legs, away and home, but Marechal really didn't enjoy himself in goal in either of those, conceding 4 goals across the two legs. And particularly when we were in Porto, he struggled. I think he ended up with a 6.1 rating or something, uh, quite embarrassing like that. So, yeah, hopefully a bit of redemption for him this stream. This stream, however, tonight we have got some games. We've got Bayern Munich at home. We've got probably Dortmund at home, and we're going to have a Champions League quarter final against someone. We don't know who it is yet. All we know is that it won't be. It won't be Real Madrid. They didn't make it through the knockout playoff round. They finished 21st, I think it was, in the league phase, and didn't make it through whoever they were playing against. Shall we have a look and see who it was? Who the absolute giant was that knocked them out? This could be interesting. Oh, it's Man United. To be fair, that's a tough draw. But yeah, we will be facing one of these teams still remaining. Barcelona, Arsenal, Bayern Munich have all made it through. And then we've got the winners of PSG Milan, the winners of Benfica and Inter, the winners of Celta Vigo, Liverpool, and Celta Vigo are leading 2-1 in that. That's quite an interesting one. And Man United, Chelsea, who are 2-2 after the first leg. So there's a big team in our future, and it'll be interesting to see how close we get to making it through to the semi-final. I don't expect it at all. Unless we are fortunate enough to draw Celta Vigo, I think there's a good chance that the quarter-final is where our run comes to an end. And I've made peace with that. I'm happy with how far we've got so far. And the fact, again, that we are leading the league with 8 games left to go, well ahead of where I thought we'd be. We finished, I think last season, we finished second, but by some distance. Um, let's have a look. We finished second by 15 points. We did have a rocky start to the season. We were down in 15th, 16th last season. And I'd say we recovered bloody well from there. But my ambition for this season really was just to be within a few points of Bayern. I certainly wasn't expecting to be ahead, and I certainly wasn't expecting to be ahead at this stage. So that could all change. We have got Bayern Munich tonight. We've also got Dortmund tonight, both at home, and I feel like we are probably favourites against both of those teams when we're playing at home. Um, but if we can come through that, I think we're winning the league. If we don't, well, I think then it's going to be difficult to catch Bayern. They don't drop many points. If we look at their history or their schedule, they got absolutely smashed by Dortmund actually at Dortmund, but otherwise they have blown everyone away. But similar to us, really, we've blown most teams away that we've faced in the league. So it'll be interesting to see how we get on. So let's not dally anymore. Let's get into it. First up, we've got Stuttgart away. I think we continued up until the day of the Stuttgart game, and then straight into Bayern Munich. We do at least have a week between the two games, so we can field a strong team in both ties. So I don't know if anyone's been watching the cricket. I've done that while I've been playing Assassin's Creed as well, and it's really not been England's day at all, has it? We were pretty atrocious with the ball, and that I was almost going to call it a masterclass in short bowling. It wasn't a masterclass. They did okay with it, and it did get them wickets. But my God, it was boring to watch. It was painful to watch. It was, yeah. Bazball, I didn't think that was included in Bazball. I thought the idea of Bazball was to be attacking, not as defensive as that. But what do I know? But yeah, that was terrible to watch, and I'm glad it was over. And then when we lost 4 wickets in the first half an hour of the session, I genuinely thought that was it. But a bit of a recovery towards the end, so we'll see how that goes. But even then, I think we are looking at 2-0 to Australia, and I don't see England coming back from that. They've not been good enough. The batting, while Bazball promises a lot, it hasn't really delivered in this series so far. And the bowling's left a lot to be desired. We've just not looked. We've not looked a danger with the ball at all. Aside from Jamie Tongue, who's got a bit of pace behind him, the rest of them, just. And Anderson's not been his usual self. It's been fairly tight. He's not giving too many runs away, but the wickets just aren't coming from him. And at Lords, on the first day in particular, you had these lovely overcast conditions. Everything you'd always ask for Jimmy Anderson. And I said it to my friends earlier. If Jimmy Anderson were God, those were the conditions he'd give himself, and he just couldn't take advantage. It's yeah, what wasn't what you'd hope to see from Jimmy Anderson, but I mean, Broad's done all right actually. He's picked up a few wickets, and occasionally he looked. I actually think he looked better at Edgbaston, but I think that's just partly because the crowd at Edgbaston's far better. The Lord's crowd sucks all the fun out of cricket, if you ask me. There was a particular scene I saw. Maybe in yesterday's cricket, might have been a day before. But Broad was bowling, and he was on a bit of a hot streak. I think he'd just taken a wicket, and he had no, it was just before he took Warner's wicket. I think it was Tongue who took Warner's. Anyway, he was bowling at Warner. I'm getting all the details wrong. It doesn't matter. The vibe of the story is he was there. He did the thing where he tries to G the crowd up by swinging his finger around in the air, and behind him you had a view of the crowd. You had a view of these very old members, and about all you got from them was a half-assed clap. And I just thought that is for me Lords all over. Give me Edgbaston. Give me Headingley. Crying out loud. Give me Cardiff. But Lords, I'm done with Lords as a cricket venue. Anywho, let's talk Football Manager, shall we? I'm probably the only person who gives a hoot about Ashes or cricket in general, but Ashes cricket in particular. So let's see how we get on against Stuttgart. It's a game that shouldn't hold any fear for us, but we did lose one game this season. I mean, it's not beyond possible that we could lose a second. Although my miniature little man there, Jean Margraf, has got his 7th goal of the season. Wonder how many. I think it's only two for us, maybe. He scored one on his debut in the German Cup. I feel like he might have scored others. But either way, however many he scored, he's got the first one here tonight. Let's get our league table up, shall we? Because I just like seeing us on top. It doesn't happen often. Although I am intensely nervous about this finish to the season. Our title challenge with Rangers, where we led. Okay, we didn't lead as much as we have with Hertha. I will say that. And we've conceded an equaliser almost immediately. Onyek just strolled through our defence there. Oliveira, he's big, but he's not mobile enough, is he, to be able to keep up with the defender, with a striker like that. He's, turning circle of a tank kind of thing there. But yeah, to go back to our Rangers title challenge. So in our second season with Rangers, we genuinely had a shot at the title. We're kind of to and fro with Celtic throughout the league season. But in head-to-head with Celtic, we won every game. Or we won 3 out of 4. The 4th being right towards the end of the season and us losing. And that's when Celtic took over top spot and they never looked back. We bottled it with like 4 or 5 games to go. And that hurt. That really hurt, that one. So I'm understandably nervous about our chances this time around. However, Stuttgart are trying to make it easy for us. They just hand the ball to Burkholt and tell him to cross it to Cho. That was very generous. And yet another highlight straight after a goal is scored. And this could be a topsy-turvy kind of game. And Margraf even nearly steals that ball and runs through. Instead, Stuttgart lob it forward and Akani will sweep that up. Ashwin, how you doing, mate? How's your Saturday been? It's been a nice chilled one. It's been very rainy. I love to cool down. Yeah, it's been quite a chilly week this week as well. Over here, not quite as much rain, and I can't. Oh, we've just conceded again. We're getting stupid here, right? We're going to berate them. We're going attacking. I don't like this. Yeah, we've had a bit of rain. We had a bit of rain last night down in Canterbury, where I went to go and watch the cricket, Kent versus Sussex. A rain-interrupted game, which Kent unfortunately lost. We're still in the driving seat for qualification for the quarterfinals of the Vitality Blast, I think it's called. But yeah, it wasn't a great performance. Bowling performance was shocking. Conceding, what was it, 232 runs, I think, to Sussex. Shocker. And as obviously, Ashwin, as you know all about cricket, you know how bad that is in a 20-over game. But glad to hear you're cooling down. As I said on Discord, I do like a bit of sun. Not too much. I am still very much an indoor cat, but yeah, I do like a bit of sun every now and then. Yeah, it's really bad. Can't believe that 200 plus runs. Exactly, mate. I've had one of those Saturdays, Ashwin, where I've done next to nothing. I've done. It was like being in my 20s again. I've done a lot of gaming, did a bit of video editing, so I edited down my last stream, which will highlights will be up on YouTube tomorrow. But other than that, I was playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It was brilliant. And Cho kind of knew that when he took that wide, he wasn't going to score that. Made lasagna, watched Bones, and played some Final Fantasy 1. Nice. How is Final Fantasy 1? Is it very different to what you expected? Come on, pump this there. Click the button. There we go. Right. Very old school, zero hints. You get thrown in your time to puzzle, yeah. Yeah, something that came along with modern gaming, wasn't it? Hints and map markers and things like that. And Marichal's just had an absolute stinker there. He's run off complaining to the ref, but there's no way he should be throwing himself in like that. I think it was handball in the end. But yeah, I remember Elder Scrolls Morrowind was one. It didn't have map markers, and you were pretty much made to pay attention to journal entries and things like that. And if you didn't, then you'd probably end up getting lost. But then they moved on to Elder Scrolls Oblivion, and there were map markers for everything. Every objective in every quest, it just told you where to go. And you had a lot of let's call them old school gamers who I kind of threw their toys out of the pram a little bit about it and said, "Oh, it's dumbing down," as if everyone's too dumb to be able to play it. No, they just don't want to have to work. It's a game. You're meant to play it for enjoyment. But I think some games they give you the option, don't they, to turn off certain parts of the HUD and things like that. So actually, you can do it hardcore mode, and that's the best option. To give people the opportunity to change it. If they don't like it, they can turn it off. If they do, they can keep it on. Simples. And Stuttgart giving us a goal again. Lovely stuff. Right. Go back to positive, and we are going to time waste right from here. Can't risk throwing this one away. We are giving away a lot of goals of late. Isn't Morrowind also part of the online stuff? The Elder Scrolls Online. Yeah, I think so. I've only played a bit of the Elder Scrolls Online. I think you might even start in Morrowind or something like that. But it's not what I was looking for. Now Marichal does capture that one. Well done, boy. Yeah, because it's just it's an MMO, isn't it? It's not an Elder Scrolls game as I think of them. You pretty much just keep tapping numbers on your keyboard to do attacks and stuff, and yeah, I've just got no interest in that. Thanks. You can't use the same sorts of tactics as you could in Oblivion, Skyrim, Morrowind. Just yeah. I've never really got into the MMOs really. I tried what have I tried? I tried RuneScape for a little while, way back when. And that was an interesting diversion, but nothing else. I don't think I clocked up that much time in there. What else did I try? I had the Star Trek one, and again, just wasn't as interesting as I would hope it would be. I think the problem is with MMOs, it's about PvP interactions more than exploring the world, which is what I like to do. That's why I like the likes of Skyrim, the most recent Assassin's Creed games. Exploration is a big part of it. So yeah, those MMOs don't really do it for me. Okay, and we have already qualified for the Champions League, and we've still got 7 games to go in the league, and we have already qualified. This is how far ahead we are. It's really only us and Bayern Munich at the top. Oh, £54 million budget, £2.5 million salary. Oh, they're spoiling me. Let's give Cho some praise. I know he scored 2 tap-ins, but he still had to be there to score them. What was your favourite MMO then, Ashwin? Okay, so we have already ticked that one off. Lovely stuff. World of Warcraft. Yeah. Isn't that one that some people just get proper addicted to? As a whole, there's a core, isn't there, of players who've been playing it for decades. Well, not quite decades, but you know what I mean, years and years. Do you still play now? Or is that? I'd imagine that's one that takes up quite a lot of time, isn't it? No, I can't be asked for the monthly fee. I suppose it's a subscription game then, or is that like a voluntary thing, but you get certain benefits? I think that's what they did in the Elder Scrolls Online. Oh, it's subscription. I suppose if it's something that you're gonna stick with, it's worth it. He's still being played as a central defender, is he? Yeah, they promised many times he would be played as a ball playing defender. And they haven't done it, so we'll probably have to grab him, get him back. No, Olivier is injured. Should be back in time for the Bayern Munich game, though, hopefully. Burkholt won't be. That's a shame. Good job we've got Jay Lethan, isn't it? Who can do pretty much the same job. Maybe not quite as well, but he's still good. And I suppose we've got Chris Ostermer at the back as well. He's just a bit more comfortable on the ball, but not quite as big as Oliveira. Look at this. Look at this lovely lot of talent coming through. I still need to find out if that's realistic, if that's a genuine thing in real life. Herta's apparently amazing youth setup. Who are what? Herta. They've got just a legendary youth setup in this game, apparently. Number of players we've been bringing through. This is one I hadn't even looked at, and he's apparently first team candidate. Look at all of that. Look at all of that lovely potential. No, neither have I. That's but then I don't know that much about German football. And as I've said before, I don't know much about football, full stop. Well, at least not at that level of the game. But we just seem to produce youngster after youngster, which it surprises me genuinely how few homegrown players we've got in the squad. But I do wonder if they've been a bit of a selling club before we joined them. Let's have a look. Go back to the start. So a few players went out, but nothing drastic. You weren't a youth product at all. This is silly. Come on, I've got to fix this. Did you start a Hertha? Okay, so we've got one. Dardai. Dan Burn definitely did not start his life at Hertha. Chris, no. Not likely. I mean, I don't know. It's not like they've got a ton of money from selling off a bunch of homegrown youngsters. Martins? No. Interesting. Well, apparently in the last couple of years, Hertha have developed an outstanding club, an outstanding youth setup. Oh, okay, complaints here for Kurt Meyer. You're not getting enough game time. Yeah, that's fair. He doesn't think he deserves to play. Oh no, Eric Cartman's not getting enough football either. Okay, let's see how that gets on. I don't think we've hit this milestone with any other club. We are in charge of our 100th game with Hertha. Only been there 2 seasons. That's a lot of games, isn't it? So, we've longest time at club is 1,148 days. That may have been Ostairs. Because, yeah, we did spend quite a bit of time there. So, actually, we probably have hit that milestone with them. Almost certainly have. And that was all the time. We were just waiting for that big job to come up. And it finally did. It was Dundee United. Huge job. Move it. Okay, it is time to find out who we are playing in a quarter final. And there will be the semi final draw as well. So, of all of these teams, we don't want any of them. We don't want to play any of these teams. Well, let's just see how it goes, shall we? There's Barcelona versus Arsenal. That's an interesting one. Okay, here we go. It is Hertha versus Bayern Munich. Wow, of all the teams that were still there, you had to give us Bayern Munich. Right, we don't care about the rest of you guys. Let's have a look at semi-final. Here we go. Barcelona. Well, Barcelona or Arsenal. Or there we go. That's who we've got waiting in the semis. If we manage to make it past Bayern Munich, we've got Barcelona or Arsenal. Well, there are no easy games at this stage of the Champions League. I would have liked to face someone other than Bayern Munich, just because the number of times we played them. And I just saw the Dortmund game has been rescheduled. And look at this, we are playing Bayern Munich 4 times in 6 games. That's some ridiculous scheduling right there. That's some outrageous scheduling. Four times in 6 games. And what worries me is we've got the potential to lose a number of those games, and that could absolutely tank our season. You know your love. Keep on lifting me higher, higher and higher. Right, well, let's begin the Bayern Munich saga. It's like this has become a side quest in this game. Hertha versus Bayern Munich. Just too much. Too much of it. Okay, we're going to have to make some changes here. We've got a few injuries, so we'll just do what we normally do. We clear the squad and start again. Oliveira is fit. Okay, he's going to start. He's just been in such a good vein of form recently. And his goals are incredibly helpful, so I've got to keep him going. Let's get Dorr in. I keep going back to Hardy just because I don't want to overplay Ralph Dorr, but Ralph Dorr is such a goalkeeper. He's such a creative player that you can almost guarantee something is coming when he's on the pitch. Yeah, let's go. Let's go with that team. I was considering putting Lochi on the pitch instead, on the bench instead of Luis Silva, but we're going to try and persist with Luis Silva. Once he gets that first goal, I'm sure he will settle down. Let's go and beat Bayern Munich, shall we? A win here, I'm not going to say it guarantees us the league, but it puts us pretty close. Chance in the second minute, and that's crashed off the bar, and it's Oliveira. Oh, so close. And Cho is headed off the line. 2 good chances first up, and not Dorr's best shot. Not even close to his best shot. Cristiano mops that up nicely. And Cho is free and clear here. A good touch, and he could provide the finish, and it's just over, wide, whatever. Mustang, hi, how you doing, mate? I'm really good. I've had a very chilled day today. It's been very nice indeed. How's your weekend going so far? You've joined us just in time for a stream which will include 4 matches against Bayern Munich. We've drawn them in the semi-final of the German Cup and the quarter-final of the Champions League. And we're playing our last league match against them right now. We've just been doing training, been playing a lot of football. I can imagine you've got to be prepared as possible for your trial. We were going to encourage the team, but we might wait just a second. And undeservedly, but not unexpectedly, Bayern Munich have taken the lead. It's what a football manager does to you. Shows us us getting lots of chances, very close chances, and then they take the one chance they really create. Typical. Right. Show me something else in the second half, and let's go and get a win, shall we? Or at least not lose this. And Dawes had a terrible game after I dropped Hardy for him. The 100 sit-ups and press-ups as well today. My body arms are hurting a bit now. Yeah, sounds exhausting. That sounds far too much like work to me. But it's the sort of thing you need to do, isn't it? And Cho has the equaliser. That wasn't offside, ref. Yeah, that's the work you got to put in to get far in professional football, mate. So well done to you. Okay, immediate reply. Well, not quite an immediate reply, but a quick start after the half-time break, and that's exactly what we needed. But we need not to throw it away now. And if they score with a ball through like that, I was going to be very unhappy. Exactly, few and far between are the players who don't have to work at their game. And even those players who are insanely naturally talented, if they don't work, they generally don't get to the top level, do they? And Cohane's done well here. Can he get it across to someone? Instead, he goes back to try and beat his player again, and hopefully has won us a penalty here. You got some new emotes, or did you already have them without me noticing? I think we added these last week before. I know it was earlier in this week, so I think it was before Tuesday or Thursday stream. That was just me playing around. I had a few extra emote slots, so I thought it was just time to throw them in there. Let's show them off, shall we? I think that's all of them. There's some more generic ones that I put in the higher tier sub emote things, but yeah, we won't worry about them. They're not real emotes. Right, we have taken the lead here against Bayern Munich in this crucial league game, and that could give us a 7-point gap to Bayern. What is a glass? Is it Coca-Cola? No, that's beer. That's beer. I'm leaning into the whole everybody thinks I'm an alcoholic kind of thing. So, yeah, why not? I go out for a few beers and suddenly everyone has labelled me. It's an old pint. Why old? Why is that old? Because it's dark beer. Normally that's old beer. Yeah, I don't think, if I remember rightly, the image is actually of a dark beer. It's just the way it's come out when I've created the emote. The English have a reputation to love drinking alcohol, so about right, really. Yeah, yeah. I'm not even going to try and challenge that stereotype. It's 100% true. We have a drinking culture in this country, and I'm a participant. Again, no point trying to deny that. I certainly don't drink as heavily as others might think, but that's that's it. That's why it's officially Drinklish instead of English. Yeah, yeah. I said on Thursday night stream, there's a chance I might open up a couple of beers tonight, but certainly not. I can't go reinforcing that stereotype, can I? We need to drink the finest wine. I do love a drop of wine as well. Generally, actually, if I'm at home, I'll drink wine rather than beer. And cappuccino when eating pasta. Oh, I thought it was almost. I thought it was almost a sin in Italy to drink cappuccino after midday. Right, let's make a couple of changes. We've got some tired legs out there. Margraf being one of those who seems to be struggling a little bit here. Not got anyone who really can come on for Oliveira. And Keely can come off for Richter. And we'll hold on to that last sub. That's why I say it. Okay, fair enough. Oh, and Dor, how have you not scored there? So is it still acceptable in Italy to drink other coffees in the afternoon? So as I understand it, cappuccino is a morning only thing. It's a sweet breakfast drink, but in the afternoon you don't drink cappuccino, but other coffees are acceptable. And we're 3-1 up. We're 3-1 up. We are beating Bayern Munich. We're doing all right here. All right, let's waste time. Let's slow the game down. Let's just try and get this. Let's see this through. Yes, morning's okay. Afternoon, no. Fair. And Cho is through again. Can he make it 4? He can. My goodness. And loaded Ducky join us again from the dead. Hark, said the angels. Ducky is risen. How you doing, Duck? And usually in a small cup, yep. Well, we've just absolutely played Bayern Munich off the park there. They went ahead, but we made them regret that. 4 second half goals, all from Mohamed Ali Cho. And we are well ahead at the top of the league now. Speaking of small cups, just like Man United celebrating the Carabao Cup. Oh, perfect trolling there. Bravo, sir. Bravo. Thursday night was a bit of a Man United bashing night, wasn't it? It was, yeah, very much stacked in Man City's favour. The chat on Thursday, Chiefs Kingdom would have hated it. Okay, so I think we've got an international break, and then we've got FC Cologne, and then we've got Bayern Munich twice. Lovely, that'll be fun. No lie there, no. Man City are better than Man United at the minute. They deserve to be trolled. Man City are better than everyone at the minute. Oh, Oliveira's got a call up to the Portugal squad. That his first, could potentially be his first cap as well. Go on, lad. And they have my respect. Yeah, I'm not sure I'll ever say. I'm not sure I could say I respect Man City, but I do appreciate they are the best team in. They must be the best team in world football, really. They're certainly the best team in European football at the moment. Certainly the best team in English football. I think that pretty much makes them the best team in world football. Some people ask insane prices for games, or what? What have you seen that's an insane price? I mean, they're all insane prices these days. I remember AAA games being £30. You love this song. I'm convinced you have it on every stream. Which one? This one or the Harry Styles one? It's yeah. So I've got a 12. I think it's about 12-hour play. 12 hours now. Oh, 14 hours it's up to, and I do just randomize it. So I just shuffle the playlist. We do seem to have the same old song, or some songs do seem to come on pretty much every stream. Yeah, the Prodigy. I love the Prodigy. I saw them once at a music festival. And we're talking what, 18 years ago, I think that was, and it was incredible. And funny enough, it was a heavy metal festival. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of the Download Festival that I assume it's still going on, held usually at Donington Park, the racetrack. And they had like the third tent, so like not that they weren't on the main stage or anything. But they played such a good set. It was fantastic. Oh, we've got a new Belgian star. There you go. Jean-Marc Graf has his first Belgian cap. Well done, that man. I'd like to say we're the ones who made that happen. Golden Sun for Game Boy. Someone asking $100. Sorry, for a Game Boy game. I mean, I get the rarity element of it, but come on. That's insane. And Ralph Dawes got his first German cap. Well, he's a German international. We've definitely got to start giving him a little bit more game time. How many has he started so far this season? 11 starts this season. It's not bad. I'm thinking about somewhere between 20 to 25 games total. Should be enough for him. Yeah, GBA game, someone without the box and still asking almost 100. Wow. So I can understand if you've got it in pretty much mint condition. Yeah, you probably have the right to ask for a good chunk of money, but not even the box. Yeah, that's a no from me. Right, let's praise up my good trainers. Well done, boys. Yeah, I'm like I say, I'm old enough to remember AAA games being £30 brand new. Football Manager was always £30 brand new. And going back to when I was probably about 1920 ish, around that kind of age, there used to be a website that you could purchase it from called play.com. It was based in, I think for tax purposes, it was based in Jersey. And you always used to get a decent discount from there. Well, I won't speak for everyone else, Duck, but I'm very good. Thank you very much. I've had a lovely, relaxing Saturday. How are you doing? Just got my dinner. I'm having spicy rice and seasoned chicken. Sounds good to me. I love rice as a either as sort of a part of a main dish or as the star of the dish. Just rice and vegetables would keep me happy. Yeah, great goals. It's £30 new when I bought FM 2010. Yeah, no, that's about right. And Dawes got his first goal for Germany. This boy's going far, I'm telling you. You were 14 in 2010. I was a little bit older than that. Just a smidge. Tiny bit older than that. Was 26 in 2010. I suppose this would have been 2009, wouldn't it? Because of the way it works. So I'd have been 25. I think that still classes as young. You can still call yourself young at 25, can't you? When we raided over to Northern Pilgrim stream on Thursday, it was pleasing to hear that he's got a few years on me. Um, but, you know, he asked a few questions about 80s and 90s footballers. And the sad thing is, I knew some of the answers and I did feel quite old. All right, let's get scouting this lot, shall we? Have we already got you scouted? Yeah, okay. Let's get you scouted. Some of these players aren't as good as the ones we've already got at the club. No, 20 bought it quite late in the game cycle. Oh, no, fair enough. And in which case I was 26 and that's like slightly bit older. You are old, case closed. Thank you very much, Ashwin. That's just the boost I needed. I'm not that old. I mean, I am. I think I've already dished this fact out before, but my birthday is equidistant between this year and the end of World War II. So it's the same length of time between my birthday and the end of World War II and my birthday and today, this year. I'm PMD's younger brother in this scenario, and Adwin is the granddad. You young whippersnappers. I thank you, Ashwin. Ashwin, yeah, older brother. That's definitely more. Quite a bit older, but yeah, certainly not old enough to be anyone's granddad in this scenario. Oh, you excite me. Let's get scouts on you. You are not quite as exciting. We're just going to do the the very boring next gen scouting here, ladies and gents. So bear with us. We'll get back to normal soon. It's nice to see though that scouts are saying, no, that's a C. He's not good enough for us. Let's change that to 6 months, shall we? Also, did you see the video I sent you yesterday? Was that on Discord? Twitch. Oh, the YouTube one. No, I copied and pasted it. It just the link was just pasted back to my chat, so I'd obviously done something a little bit wrong there. Yeah, that was me being daft. No, I didn't get a chance to watch that. Always on the hunt for a good goalkeeper. Right, Let's get you scouted, see what you like. Ralph Dora is there at number 17. I think he deserves a higher place on that list, if you ask me. He's now a full German international. He's definitely better than some of the others who appear. We're getting into the dregs here now, aren't we? I'm just going to trust in my scouts. I've done the top 20. Trust in the scouts for the rest of it. If I could find when it was in the stream, I could always go back and steal it from chat there, couldn't I? If you've still got it, mate, I'll what I'll do is I'll mute desktop audio and watch it just in case. I suspect this is South Park related, so one to keep off Twitch. And you can watch it on stream. People just need to stop being butthurt. It's not the butthurt I'm worried about. It's the Twitch bit I'm worried about. All right, let's take a look at this, shall we? Oh, this one's not so bad. No, I get it now. Yeah, I get it. I mean, this one, yeah, this seriously, this is fine. we'll get Winkle up as well, just so we can look at the two of them side by side. Where did you go? There we go. That's him. That is him. I've seen I've seen on Instagram on the reels this I say quite a few of them actually. You've got these people making short reels about jokes, trying not to laugh at other people's jokes, or you have to take a drink or whatever. And there's one person who seems to focus on this Australian ginger woman quite a lot. I think ginger jokes are fine. When I was younger, I had quite a bit of ginger in my hair. I did grow out of it, thankfully. Bayern Munich slowly qualifying for all the competitions that we've already skipped. Then come. You're not 19 forever. Not clever. Okay, FC Cologne. Game we should win, but we know not to take these too lightly. But saying that, we do have Bayern Munich in first leg of the Champions League quarterfinal, and it's the home leg, so it's one we need to take advantage of. So let's rotate. Let's do a little bit of rotating. Can't do that much rotating because Olivier is injured. Give Kirk has a start for this one, and we'll go Kari and Richter, shall we? Quite a well, it's not an inexperienced partnership because actually Kari's very experienced. Richter is only 19. But slightly weaker than our usual starters. And we'll go Lethen. Diamande can have a start. Let's go with Hardy because Ralph Dorr's still tired from international duty. And no. Oh, Karim Adeyemi is on his way back. We will go Cho, but we are going to get Adeyemi on for a bit, I think. He can sit on the bench. And when he's... we'll probably look to bring him on if we're doing well. If we're not, we'll probably stick with Cho. Keely. Adeyemi, welcome back, buddy. I think he wanted you to watch the Twitch video, Twitter video. Oh, okay. Oh, that was for me, was it? Let's watch this then. Here we go. Oh gosh! Oh, it makes you wonder what's best case scenario here. What's the aim? If he looks cool, what does he do? And is it worth that? Because he's not getting up. He's at the bottom of that. He's now at the bottom of that river. No way you're recovering from that. Landing on the old man bags there. Oof. It's the ones that the skaters, they do so many of them. Oh dear Lord. Oh. Oh. Right on the face. Okay. FC Cologne. Come and get it. Are they playing a diamond? Yeah. Okay. Right, let's just get that going down the left and right then. Doing stupid things lead to a stupid outcome. Absolutely. What's the saying? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Spot on that. Absolutely spot on. This one is money. Look, we're going to pause it to watch this because I've missed enough goals. I know what's coming already. Wow. And the placement is perfect. I mean, is there. I don't want to spoil it, but did they do. Was that just a random person they did that to? Did they know them? Whatever. Yeah, that's hilarious. That's so funny. Right, come on, let's beat Cologne for goodness sake. We're going attacking, we're demanding more. Nothing in the first half an hour is not good enough for us. No, 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 no. Oh, Cristiano there clearing it off the line, but we haven't got rid of the danger yet. And Akani very close to giving away a penalty there. Oh, come on. FC Köln fourth. I did not pay enough attention to that. All right. I'm going to tell them they've not been good enough. And we might have to bring on some of the big guns for the second half. I don't think I've given FC Köln enough respect. All right. Let's get the big boys on. Burkholt needs a run out anyway. Cho's not played well, so let's get the pace of Adeyemi up there for 30 minutes. And Jean Neves. No, let's get Nkili in that position and see if his range of passing can change the game for us. And actually, let's go attack a bit more wide, a bit wider. See if we can get around this diamond midfield, which, when it hasn't been dangerous for us at all. We're just not producing anything, not creating anything at all. Okay. More changes needed then. Diamande for... Yeah, let's try Neves in a more attacking role. And Herkes for Cohane, because we know what Cohane can give us going forward. Going out tonight, going out tonight. Baby, you and I, going out tonight. Oh, we should have won the ball there, but Burkholt does. And immediately loses it. And Keeley doing his best to try and steal the ball there, but we've got a man over on the left here, and we are in trouble. And we get lucky. That's it. We got lucky there. That was right. Something needs to change. So we're gonna go 2 up. No, I haven't even got the. I've got personnel on there to go 2 up top. No, come on. Let's hold the faith. Hold our nerve. Keep the faith. Well, that's disappointing, but the good news is we've not really taken ourselves into trouble. There's still 5 points clear of Bayern, 5 games left to go. I'm not worried, I don't think. Should I be? I'm looking at the running we've got. Wolfsburg, Augsburg, Dortmund, St. Pauli and Hoffenheim. Dortmund doing well. Wolfsburg struggling to get into European spaces. Augsburg, St. Pauli, Hoffenheim. We should win at least 4 of those matches. And that's enough for us to win the title. Which would actually be our first top flight title in this save as well. And yes, it is 2032. So 10 years after the game starts. This one is quite a good player. Got pace. He's not much of a finisher. He's not going to score goals, but we turn him into a wide player out on this left. Lack of vision and work rate doesn't excite me. Might not be as good as I was hoping. too late to rest players. So we'll just go with what we've got. Right. This is big. Biggest match of the season so far, this. Does a Champions League semi-final await us, or does a very respectable Champions League run come to an end here? Given that we've just gone and dominated them in the league, that 4-1 win, and the return leg, or the sort of first part of that double, was in Munich, and yeah, we beat them pretty comfortably there as well. So maybe my expectations should be higher. 63 million is a lot. You are very good, and the potential. Already leading Bundesliga. 4 Belgian caps. Lots of pace, lots of stamina. Exactly the wing back I'm looking for, I think. Right, let's get you on the short list. Yeah, that right back wouldn't be a disaster there, because we've got Connor Bradley, who, when we brought him in to be our first choice, £12.5 million from Brentford felt like a very good deal at the time. He's done all right, actually. He's been fine, but I do wonder whether we can upgrade there. It feels like there's a reason that Akani has been playing at right back more frequently than Connor Bradley, partly because of Bradley's injuries. We're going to go with Dor, I think. He can start. So you have a lot of problems with second-hand websites in Holland then? Sorry, in the Netherlands. An old habit I need to get rid of, calling it Holland. And there are dodgy websites all over the world. Okay, so we can get on the bench. That's fine. We'll just work with what we've got. Dancer. Come on, Cho. Oh, that should have been the opening goal there. I feel like this is a game where we need to take our chances. We need to go into the second leg with probably a lead of about 2 goals. That would make me comfortable, but it would make me less nervous about that second leg. Oh, how has that not gone in? Oh, is Football Manager setting us up here? Come on. Oh, that was close. Right, let's encourage them. We have started strongly in this one. Oh, and we've hit the bar again. That's twice we've hit the woodwork now. And then Keeley doing some sterling work at the back for us. Show Margraf door. Margraf, that's beautiful. Beautiful. I'm going to import them from the UK. Can't be shitting on somewhere or another. Well, it's not to say that you won't get shit on by a UK website, but let's hope that you get what you want. It can be quite difficult out there because sometimes you see these offers and you're like, it's on the cusp of being too good to be true, but you just hope that it's a genuine deal, and you can get stuffed, or you go, no, it's not worth it, and then you actually lose out. There's some cover double with eBay and PayPal. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but eBay still got some questionable sellers. Although I do think eBay do quite well at weeding them out. Not perfect, but what is, and that's pathetic defending. You were second best to everything there. That is pathetic. I mean, I thought that was onside, so I'm quite glad to see that flag go up, but it's close. Ooh, well, warning, guys. Take that as a warning. Don't let it happen again. And Oliveira. Has that crossed the line? Well, apparently that's over the line. I'm going to take it. Obviously not going to argue it. In case I fall out my chair, wondering how I get down the stairs. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Oh, yeah. Come on. Evening, Digiboy. How are you doing? We're midway through the first leg of our Champions League quarter final, and well, we're Hertha Berlin, and we're just fantastic. But how are you? I don't approve of the chat rule. Don't be a muppet. I had plans to be Kermit the Frog tonight. Yeah, I think I can give you an exception there, Digiboy. But only if you can do a reasonable voice impression. Otherwise, it's just awkward for everyone. And that's 3-0. Oliveira. Just, I'm going to keep banging the drum on this one. 6'4" centre backs. Absolutely need at least one in your team. He doesn't need to be able to do anything other than head the ball. Yeah, I'm good. Very chilled Saturday today. I normally feel like I'm rushed off my feet day after day. I'm talking 7 days a week, but today I've actually had a chance to sit down, play some games, bit of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Which, yes, I know I'm 2 years old too, but I don't do games particularly new, and we've got to do better than that defending a corner. Oh, where's my big 6'4" lad on that one? Where is Oliveira? Nowhere to be seen. There you go, there he is. Wrong side of the goal. Yeah, a bit of gaming and a bit of editing stream videos for YouTube. I do have a YouTube channel if you want to check out the highlights of previous streams and catch up with the story so far. There is nothing impressive in the editing, though. It is just literally cut down to pretty much all of the goals that are scored through a stream. And it's 3-2. And what we were looking so comfortable, and we've gone from comfortable to clinging on now. Westing disallowed. Well, we've got lucky again. Chill Saturday for me as well, just in the gym this morning, of course. Where are you from, Digiboy? Morning says to me that you're down under somewhere. Cristiano's had a stinker, so let's get him off. We can play a Carney in centre back position, and Keely can come off, and we'll bring on Kari because he's just got a bit more experience. Door for Hardy, and we'll hold on to those last two subs. No, okay. I think I'll probably have a few shots of whiskey in an hour or two. Why not? And you're in Ireland. Okay, fair enough. Oh, earliest one. Wait, I read that as you are in the gym this morning. Yeah, the gym's something I stopped doing about 5 years ago. And I'm not sure I'd find the time for it these days. I don't know, it's an easy excuse, but you find the time for the things you really want to do. And clearly, I don't want to do that. But good on you for continuing with it. A few shots of whiskey turns into a whole bottle of Jameson and a few cans regularly. So interesting, we were talking about English drinking culture and how it's quite stereotypical, but I don't think we don't touch the Irish at all. You guys take drinking culture and you elevate it to a professional level, a masterful level. Night, Ashwin. Enjoy your. Well, it's not an early night for you, is it? It's midnight, but yeah, get a good sleep, mate, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay, last two subs. Cohane for Akeley. Did I not put Kirk Hez on the bench for this one? That was a bit daft. And Adiemi is left foot. So let's get him on the right there. Give him a run out. Don't say ciao, breaking to Bella. Ciao. Ciao, Bella. Can we make it 5? This would top it off. No. That's fair. 4-1 feels like an acceptable outcome for this one. And the match stats would suggest it's been closer than it has, but the highlights that we've seen have very much been in our favour. And while I'm not going to count my chickens just yet, I think we can start to get a little bit excited about the possibility of a semi-final. Ducky knows what my absolute favourite tune is, though, and it's Something Else Italian. Okay, okay. There we go, over there. Nothing I can do, falling in love again. Falling in love again. Falling in love again. So, no league game in between these two Champions League legs. So, a week to rest and recover. We've got a 4-1 lead to take to Munich, and that's just bloody great, isn't it? It's usually more than you could possibly ask for. It's basically my anthem. Love it. Oh, Gabri Vega's given up whinging about not being in the Champions League squad. Well, that's good to know. He's still going this summer, I think. I can't find a place for him. Transfer window's open today, lads. Would like a few signings. Season's basically done already, though. Who's your team, Digiboy? Who makes you suffer through the football season? Waterford FC. What are your hopes for this season? We'll pummel someone 7-0 one week, then lose 1-0 the next. Oh yeah, you got one of those teams, have you? How are you getting on so far? You're a summer league, aren't you? If I remember rightly. So let's have a look, shall we? 13 points off top and 10 clear of third. I'd say second to playoff final. Is it a playoff finale for Ireland then? Not bad. Not bad. Standings. What are the chances, Digiboy? You're in decent form from the look of it, and yeah, and Galway are just far and away ahead of everyone, aren't they? That's being a Gillingham fan. Anything that looks, if you're looking at the top end of the table, you're doing well in my eyes. I was playing this in my boxers drunk one night, woke up everyone in my mate's gaff. Playing it on the tin whistle. Wow. Badly. That's a good detail to add. I'm not sure how many people would have appreciated it even well if they're sleeping, but that does make a bit of a difference, doesn't it? I can I can appreciate this one. It's got an enjoyable rhythm. And yes, I'll probably just give them the oldest man description you can of a piece of music. An enjoyable rhythm. What a normal human being type thing for me to say there. Right, let's go and do this second leg, shall we? Enjoyable rhythm for me means world-class fucking chant for an away day. Yeah, fair. Do you get to many Waterford games? Certainly, I know I never used to get to many Gillingham games at all until a couple of seasons ago when I decided after the pandemic, do you know what? Life's too short. I need to go and kids are growing up a bit. I can go and take a bit of time to enjoy myself. Took my eldest with me, and now the whole family goes home and away when I can. Yeah, that's yeah. I don't get to many away games. Season ticket holder, um, so go to pretty much every home game, bar the ones that I just can't get to for life reasons. But take the whole family with me. Means my wife can't argue with me on it then, because she's got to come as well. Let's go Margraf up front. Your Cho. We've got a very good squad. We really have. Decent bench as well. Gills will go up next year. Good investment and get an EFL manager, I think. Yeah, no, bang on, bang on. So new owner came in January. Well, actually in December. But he led to a very good January transfer window. We made 11 signings and well, we ended up having the second best second half of the season in League Two. Incredible turnaround. So we were 6 points adrift at the bottom, looking at relegation out of the Football League, and ended up relatively mid-table, lower mid-table, but mid-table I would call it. And yeah, with Neil Harris at the helm, definitely feel like we are on for a good season. We've made some very good signings in this summer as well. We've got Johnny Williams, former Welsh international, taken him from Swindon on a free. Max Clark from Stevenage, and Stevenage got promoted last season as well. And Connor Masterson from QPR. So we've done some good business in the summer. And we're all just waiting to hear the news that Alfie May has been signed from Cheltenham as well. So I think with the additions we've made to a squad that was already doing very well at the second half of last season, we should be on for promotion. I think a few people are starting to talk about us as potential league winners now. I'm not so convinced by that. We've got some major competition with Wrexham and Notts County. Trying to think of players you might know we have. I mean, that's honestly, Digiboy, that's going to be quite difficult. I barely know the Gillingham. Well, I know the Gillingham squad quite well, but outside of that, no, I'm clueless. Even other League Two teams that we've faced, I don't know many of them. Connor Parsons, Lawrence vigorous player for us in the past. No, unfortunately not. Like I say, I'm clueless about League Two football, and I spent all of last season watching a lot of League Two games. Well, of Gillingham League Two games, obviously. I still couldn't tell you much about the players we played against. So even looking outside of England, it's just yeah, it's a mugs game for me. Vigouroux, best keeper in League Two last. Oh God, Vigouroux, yeah. I remember him. He tried to rile the crowd up in our game against Leyton Orient last season. It was a bizarre, absolutely bizarre one that. So Leyton Orient had a man sent off at 13 minutes. We scored from the resulting free kick. And then scored a penalty in the second half. And then we had a power cut. That's it. Stadium went dark. Lights cut out, everything. It was a Tuesday night game as well, so couldn't continue. So players had to go back to the dressing room. Everyone warmed down, and then the power came back on. Leighton Orient came back out, we came back out, and just at the moment we were about to restart the game, Leighton Orient heard the news that they'd got promoted because of results elsewhere. Games elsewhere had finished. So, yeah, Vigouroux then turned around to us when they finally stopped celebrating because we're booing them because, we just want to see the end of the game. We all want to go home at this point. Even though we're winning, we just want to go home. And, yeah, it gave us a bit of, gave some of the crowd a bit of stick. So, yeah, I remember him. All right, last change is this. Oh, no, we've got loads of changes. I think I would pay more attention to the game I'm playing, but no, I don't. And let's make Burkholt the playmaker here. He was a very good goalkeeper, though. He made some incredible stops. How long is it? How long was he at Waterford for then? Was this one of those talents that just got snapped up very quickly? Eddie Nolan, yeah, know that name. Vaguely know that name, but certainly know Eddie Nolan's name. Right, a few more changes. Thankfully, though Bayern Munich have been the better team, they've not actually done anything useful. So we should be able to see this one out and find ourselves in the Champions League semi-final. Oh, so he was on loan with you, okay. Yeah, big old unit of a goalkeeper, that guy. And long arms. We're a sister club, Fleetwood Town. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I felt like you should be able to do better. I jest. I've got nothing against Fleetwood whatsoever. Other than in a game in the league 2 seasons ago in League One, we should have beaten them, and that potentially would have led us to us staying up in League One. But that's how it goes. Here is an Irishman. I've got to respect Scott Brown. Why? What's he done? Or is this just a general statement of respect for Scott Brown? He was a combative player, wasn't he? Well, there we go. Not much going on that second leg, but I'll take that. It's the legend, is Fleetwood boss. Oh, okay. I thought maybe he'd done something, said something, signed someone, but just general respect. No, fair. Yeah, we played them on Easter Monday 2 seasons ago, and the club had decided it'd be like an initiative to try and get as many fans in as possible. Try to G it up as, if we win this, we've got a good chance of surviving in League One. And then we played an absolutely dire 0-0 draw. Nothing happened. We didn't even look like we were trying to do anything. And yeah, can't figure out why we didn't try more, why we didn't just throw men forward. In a game like that, you needed to win. So yeah, that's about the only. And even that's not even Fleetwood's fault, is it? That was the fault of the club at the time. So yeah, nothing against Fleetwood at all. They came amazingly close, didn't they, to getting into the championship a few years ago. It was a COVID season, wasn't it? They make it in the playoffs. Or am I making that up? All right, so this is Wolfsburg away. Okay, let's have to rotate a bit because of the proximity to the Bayern Munich game. Still want a fairly strong squad if I can put one out. And what we've got Wednesday, our fourth game against Bayern Munich in six. Sorry, I'm sick of the sight of them. Only Premier League club I respect is Brighton. Just yeah, yeah. So Brighton, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I quite like the business model they've got. They seem to be able to sell players for lots of money and still have decent talent left behind. Um, but in terms of Premier League clubs I respect, there aren't many, if I'm honest with you. But I mean, I think that's more, I don't respect Premier League football. It's all about money. The fans don't matter. You know, matches get moved for TV without considering the impact on, season ticket holders. The people who turn up week in, week out make an atmosphere for it. And after all after the COVID season where we didn't have fans for as long as we did, you'd think that clubs would try and show a bit more appreciation for the fans, but they're just, they're not. They're there. There's their background for the TV. This stream's chill. I like this type of channel. No offense, not too big, but I'd rather that over the Zealands, etc. Because every viewer feels part of it. Yeah, do you know what I've said? I mean, I don't think I'd ever become someone who's streaming to. I mean, even tens of people. I don't normally get into double figures very often. But I'm just here to, yeah, I would be playing a football manager anyway. This is how I would spend my evening. I just get to do it while having a chat with people, and yeah, I like that. I'm not in it for, I'm not going to make tons of money from it, and I don't expect that I'll have a huge following, but I just enjoy sitting here playing football manager, having a chat. That's just the way I do it. I've only been doing it for about, what, 8, 10 weeks now, I reckon. But I mean, there's nothing in it that makes me think, oh, I don't know if I like this. So yeah, you're always welcome to swing by if you just want to chat and see someone play Football Manager to an amateur level. Although I have been playing Football Manager for 25 years plus, going back to the Championship Manager days. Rate Brighton because of De Zerbi, big Serie A fan, and studied his tactics. Can't find the document I've done on it. So you actually studied it. Wow, that's yeah, more than I do. I'm not a big tactical student of the game. I'm quite happy with lump it up to the big man kind of football. It's effective, especially down in League Two. Had some spare time, so I've done something useful. No, that's impressive. So, what are some of his findings then? Or some of your findings, rather? I find it hard to look my mind on things though, so it took a while. Feel your pain there. I joke to my wife every now and then that fairly certain I've got some form or degree of ADHD because I can fixate on some things and in other things just gone. Just cannot force myself to focus at times. And these could be things that I've got a lot of knowledge on the subject matter. Um, got write a paper regarding my job or something along those lines, which I can do. I know what I'm talking about, but forcing myself to be able to sit down and type it can be a struggle sometimes. It's a certain how to stand on the ball, destroying centre halves who are so comfortable on the ball, can easily beat the press into the middle third. I mean, it's a legitimate tactic, isn't it? You do see teams attempting to do that to, you know, draw them out so you can find space in behind, and that makes absolute sense. You get players out of position. That's why a higher press needs a higher tempo to get around it, or have their centre backs draw the opposition onto them. The attacking variety is so fluid that it's just impossible to stop at times. Oh, we don't want to lose a game to Wolfsburg here. That brings Bayern Munich back into it. Right, we're going to break the team, and it's probably time for changes. They can run at you, or one touch away pass was the same as Sassuolo, Benevento, Shakhtar, Brighton. Oh yeah, I mean, you definitely look like you've followed his career, or at least studied his career. And that's seems like a fair summary to me. He says, not knowing anything about De Zerbi at all. Well, it's been effective. Brighton have massively overachieved. When you look at the players they have and the resources they have massively overachieved. And some of that is just going to be good club structure, isn't it? If you decide not to press high on the midfielders in the appeal at the 4-2-3, I'm going to join the attack-minded midfielder. Create overloads as the fullbacks come into midfield. Are you telling me that Jurgen Klopp didn't invent fullbacks going into midfield? Because I could swear that I've been told or I've heard, not been told directly by Liverpool fans, that was only Jurgen Klopp who ever did that. That's a terrible result. They're thrashing some arms. We created all the chances there. We did all the running, and we've somehow managed to lose. Why is Kohei not training well? What's he unhappy about? Or is he just getting lazy? That's all I say. I fancy myself as a coach. There's many things in modern football, nearly everything that's Cruyff. I mean, yeah. And in many ways, he revolutionised the way football is played. As a player, less so than as a coach. But I do think that the the prevalence of the skillful side of the game was led by people like Johan Cruyff. Football used to be far more physical. Sorry to sound nerdy, I definitely ain't. I just found how in depth a simple game could be very interesting. No, it is. It is interesting, and I wouldn't call it nerdy at all. Especially if you do fancy yourself to be a coach. This is all useful research for you to do. So have you taken any sort of real steps into coaching yet? That would be I think that would be a very exciting thing to do. Genuinely do. Not as of yet. I'm still a student. Oh no, fair enough. It certainly sounds that you've. It sounds like you've done quite a lot of work on the theory of the game, and that's the important place to start. Because while a bit of coaching is, getting people to run up and down the pitch and trying to teach them how to actually pass a ball, um, obviously the further you go, the more tactical it becomes. Olivier is not really going to get much better, but I don't need him to. He's just 6'4" and can head and jump better than most others. All right, Bayern Munich are back within 1 point. We have got a league game against Augsburg coming up on Saturday. Um, but I was kind of hoping we would still have that 4 point buffer before we got to the Dortmund game because I feel like that's the one that could mess us up. Evening Chops, how are you doing? Sir, it's very formal. I like it. I mean, it makes me feel old. Um, I'm sure many people have said it, but Sir, my dad was Sir. I mean, he wasn't. He never asked us to call him Sir, but yeah, I'm good. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm really good. I've had a really chilled Saturday. It's quite nice. The kids have all been kind and not bothered me overly much. Um, I've sat and played a bit of Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which is, yeah, I mean, I quite enjoy those open world games. You don't look a day over 20. You are a flatterer. How's the save going? Really well. I'm gonna exclamation mark save in the chat just so you can see a brief summary of how we've got to where we are. But it's an unemployed say at start, and we have worked our way up to Hertha Berlin, where we're in the hunt for our first ever top flight title. We're in the semi-finals of the Champions League, which is well beyond where I expected to be, and we're doing pretty well. I'm quite happy. I'd love to study Postecoglou or Dionisi, the current Sassuolo boss. I reckon I'll get to one of them once I get some time and I'm not being called for work. Oh, what do you do for work, Digiboy? Hopefully, hopefully not something that will take away from your coaching studies too much. And oh, there you go. Next, yes, if I just read on, I'd have seen it. Handyman work while just a student, earn a bit of money. Yeah, it's in many ways. I'm glad I didn't go to university because I think the amount of debt at least students in this country end up with is it's prohibitive for life. I think, but yeah, got to earn some money while you're studying. Got to fund those student nights out. Especially if a night out for you involves a bottle of Jameson and a few cans. Currently in a Build a Nation save, Aris Limassol of Cyprus I'm doing, and I'm absolutely bored. Yeah, so I've attempted Build a Nation saves in older versions of FM, and I do get bored of it, especially when you get to the stage where the club you've got is winning the league, no problem, just time after time after time. Um, and you're doing relatively well in Europe. Nationally, you're just not picking up because you're the only club that's doing well. And it's a lot of grinding. It takes years and years and years for all of the reputation changes and stuff like that to actually impact. I've not got the patience for that. So, having said that, my plan after this save, which will end when we win the Champions League or get sacked, one or the other, my plan after this is to do a build club. So I'm going to create a club down in level 13 of the English pyramid. So we'll be in the West Kent Division 2 or something like that. That might be a bit of a grind as well. I was get jobs as a student here, age 16 to 18. It's nigh on impossible. Yeah. Over here, I mean, yeah, I did McDonald's at that age. I was working McDonald's. because it was, yeah, pretty much the only place to get a job. That or some kind of retail shop. Dominated the league every year. Haven't lost in the league since. Haven't lost a game in the league since 2025. So 6 years unbeaten. That's impressive. But I can see why you're bored. We've just finished second in the UCL League phase. How are you doing with the international team? Or the national team, I should say. You apply your CVs, they delete them once they've seen your lack of experience, disheartening. Yeah. Painting, grass cutting. They still live at home. I mean, that makes it a bit easier. If not, yeah, you don't need it to survive. But I mean, to live, you're in the best stage of your life. You obviously want a bit of money. Got to take advantage of your youth. Money's purely for drinks and nicotine addiction. Kick the nicotine if you can. I managed it 3 years ago, 2 years ago. It might have been 2 years ago. And generally, I've never felt better for it. I'm 17, hardly expected to have a wife and kids. Yeah, I mean I mean I don't even think there was a time when at that age you would have done, but certainly that age for having settling down, having the family is getting higher and higher as time goes on. This stage I would have just stopped from pure boredom. They started following me and interacting with me on Twitter, so I have to continue. Oh wow, okay. Nice, you've got them spurring you on now. You've got to achieve it. And Chops, do you stream? I had a kid at 17. Wow. My first was when I was 26, and I felt like I was young then. Every now and then I do. Yeah, I'm still new to this streaming game. 10 weeks, I think I've been doing it. It was somewhere around mid to late April that I started doing it. And genuinely, I only did it because I was spending my evenings playing Football Manager anyway. And I thought I just wanted to chat with people. Right, let's get the team out there. And, oh, ads. Sorry, guys. Adverts. I'll wait till you're back before I kick off. We're going to set us up to the kickoff, but we won't kick off until those ads are over. Problem is, none of my mates work, so I miss out on a fair amount over the summer. So, how are they funding their time out then? Are they their parents bankrolling them? I would, yeah. My parents never had the money to be able to give me to go and spend on nights out and whatnot. I had to work if I wanted to do anything. I am muted. No, that was me muted. I muted up to have a drink and forgot to unmute. Chops. I mean, that's interesting. That's proper good. That is. I mean, it's a shame that you missed out on the football playing career, but being into coaching, that's impressive. And what's the under 16 setup looking like? Are we should I go hunting there for Wonder Kids in the near future? Right, we need to change something here. Let's go 2 up, I think. Let's go to our 4-2-4. Go attacking. Margraf can play as the deep lying forward. Thank you very much for the follow, Chops. Much appreciated. I didn't follow you, did I? I don't think so. I would like to think I'd have thanked you for it if you had, did you, boy? Doing your UEFA A license in a few weeks. Are we going to see you? We're going to see you managing a team at some point, Chops. Is that something you'd like to do? And thank you very much for the follow, Digiboy. Much appreciated. Can't remember. I've got a goldfish memory, ADHD. Do you know what? I said it earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if I did. I'm never past the point of going to try and find out. I've lived life up until now without knowing, so I'll just carry on as I am. Chops, thank you so much for the subscription, mate. I mean, I really appreciate it. No one's under any obligation to spend money with me, but I absolutely appreciate it. It's amazing. Thank you so much, and for the sub as well. Wow, honestly, you didn't have to do that, but I massively appreciate it. Massively appreciate it. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that, mate. That's I mean, honestly, that's stunned me into silence. That's brilliant. Thank you so much. Right, back to making some changes here. Do we take off Chubb? He's been ineffective. Let's give Adeyemi a run out. His pace might do something. And I know this is really early to be making changes, but we've not really been part of this match so far. Scraps, how are you doing, mate? Good to see you. She's feeling for the under 18s as well. That's getting remarkably close, isn't it, towards the first team? We have been terrible. Sort it out. And if Margraf has stayed on side, which I'm not convinced he did, but if he has, that's 1-1. And VAR says goal. Okay, we're back in this. I don't think from a tactical point of view we've done much better, although XG looks quite good. But we have managed to get that equalising goal, and let's hope we can push on now. Slow to move that ball forward. Not necessarily forward, but just onwards. Margraf, he just held on to it for a split second too long, and now we're in trouble. But that's better work. Can Adeyemi needs to give this ball a run. Although that's a lovely ball through for Margraf. It's a poor finish. Poor finish. I'll do my favourite coach of all time, Gasparino. It's cleared. Just a bit too chaotic. Wow. I've got my UEFA A. I could be moving to assistant manager of St Ives Town in step 6. That's amazing. So they're really trying to develop you there, Chops. That's a great thing. And St Ives, I think I'm going to be back there at some point this summer. I can't remember. Might be next year actually. I think we're going to go and stay in St Ives. So I was there last year as well. Actually, we went for a family trip down there. That'd be quite cool. The meal was rubbish, if I'm honest with you. Scraps, we had burritos and loaded wedges, and I didn't enjoy one bit of it. Didn't enjoy one bit of it. See you in a bit, did you, boy? With the goat, Ricky Marinaki. It's not a name I know, but I'll keep a lookout for it. I'm grateful you. That's me, Scraps. That is me. My wife didn't put a huge amount of effort into it. She bought it from Costco. Oh, okay, so he's this current St Ives manager. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's probably why I've not heard of him. But I mean, that'd be a great experience for you, wouldn't it? It does sound like a proper good step. And I mean, that could lead to, eventually your own club, couldn't it? One day. What was wrong with it? Honestly, I think they'd overfilled the burrito, and it was the filling was just a bit too stodgy. Taking England to the top, mate. Yeah, that's what I want to hear. That's what I'd love to hear. Southgate got us close, but Chops is going to get us to. You're going to finally get us over the line. And keeper's had a mare, but has somehow got away with that. Right, okay. Right, they've gone to their stupid box midfield, so we're going to try and spread the play a bit. We're going to go with mixed crosses because we've got 2 strikers in there now. Fullbacks should receive the ball a bit more. And we'll go attacking wide and see if we can do something with that. Chops are better than the Southgate. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm all on for that. We might start to save the club on with 22 games, 20 wins, 2 draws, 88 scored, and 5 conceded. So you're averaging 4 goals per game. That is, yeah. I can see why you're struggling to keep interest in it. There's no challenge, is there? There's just no challenge for you at the moment. And we could have done without extra time. We've got our next league game in 2 days, sorry. Signed Ardagun and Vitor Roque on frees. How have you been able to lure them in? Did you say what season you're in? But that's quite. There's some big names for a Cypriot club. 2031. And you've definitely progressed Limassol massively then in that short amount of time. 34 goals in 29 games. Incredible. As in European or worldwide club rankings? And either is massively impressive. And what about the Cypriot League now? Where's that in terms of competition rankings? 10th. Wow. I'll have a look after the game to see where it is here. We can do a bit of A/B testing. You've got them up to 10th. Let's see where they are in this universe. It's level with everyone but top 5. Okay, so yeah, not a huge gap between you all there. And are other clubs starting to pick up as well in Europe? Are they starting to make group stages and get through to knockout rounds, or is it still just Limassol? You doing it all for the whole nation? I'll encourage that team. Come on, lads. Yeah, a couple going to the groups. I mean, that's good. That's where you might start to build a stronger national team, but I know it takes a long time. And we've conceded just 5 minutes of injury time, extra time to go. Right. What have we got? What can we do? Who's on the bench? Let's give Kirkes a run out. Oh, I thought I got an extra sub. Clearly not. Apparently not in the German Cup. Last season, 100 points in a 36-game season. That's insane. It's obviously good management to keep it going at that level. And look at that XG, 2.8. We've been done again. We've been football managed again. That's all right. We didn't want the German Cup. We already won that one last season. We want the league more than anything. No, I'm going to tell them I'm not happy. We should have won that. Scraps, my eyes are a bit dodgy, but that looks like Sean Dyche to me. Midway through season, Apoel still in Europe. Limassol still in Europe. That's good. Five European spots as well. That's impressive. So what are your expectations for the Champions League this season? Is just qualifying for the knockouts enough? Oh, yellow cards and red cards now, so if you piss me off, then I can card you. No, good stuff, good stuff. I've always thought I needed some sort of card system in the stream. For me. Semi-final. That'd be, yeah, that'd be pretty good. Yeah, and once you start winning in Europe as well, that's comes more European qualifying spaces, higher reputation, bringing better players in, developing better players. It all has a knock-on effect. It's just still, it still takes time for it all to filter down to the national team, doesn't it? So you've already qualified for the knockouts. It's finished. Oh, okay, it's finished. I thought you were still playing through that. It's a round of 16 minimum. Brilliant. 22 trophies in 9 seasons, still 3 more to play for this year. Wow. Soon the biggest room at Limassol is going to be your trophy room, isn't it? Welcome back, Digiboy. You missed us losing the German Cup semi-final to Bayern. We got a little bit FM'd. We were a better team, just didn't score the goals. And Chops is just regaling us with the ridiculous success he's having in Cyprus. You just sound and talk like a 50-year-old, and I don't like it. I mean, I'm not. I'm not even 40 yet. I'm less than 12 months away from 40, but I'm still in my 30s. I'm holding on to that. 6 trebles in 8 years. Don't mind if I mention my FM save, do you? No, go ahead, did you, boy? Honestly, I tried. I problem is I forget to do it too often. But whenever anyone new like follows or joins me, chats in the stream, I do tend to try and ask, what team do you support? What's your save at the moment? Although as we hit the summer, I think fewer people are playing FM. But in league phase, we beat Barcelona, Lyon, West Ham, Monaco, AZ, and Bruges. I mean, that's not a bad draw. But beating Barcelona, Monaco, and not so much Monaco these days. Barcelona, West Ham, being the English team. English teams are always overpowered in Football Manager, as we all know. That's impressive. Breaking news is 39. Digiboy, your studies are going well there, mate. Well done. Do you support Aris Limassol and Peterborough? Yeah, I don't think you've got a choice, especially if they're interacting with you. Simply because Aris followed me, yeah. Fair days. You've got, let's say you've got no option there. It's not your decision anymore. You have to follow them. You have to support them. Well, let's hope you're never in an awkward situation where Limassol and Peterborough are playing in Europe against each other. What do you do? I'm continuing my Notts County save. Scraps, you look like you were smashing that. I didn't manage to catch a league table though. Are you? Is this still first season? Because you were playing Billericay, so it must be first season, surely. But are you near the top? That's the big question. We've got so many tired players here. So you're starting off with season 1 Düsseldorf, won the Bundesliga 2 easily, 4-2-4. I like a 4-2-4. First season Bundesliga finished 9th, but got the sack because you abused the board. What did you do to the board? Bless them. Limassol versus Borough. Terminating contract, yeah. You've got to recuse yourself for the match. Season 3, joined a Club Bruges side in a rebuild and won the Pro League Season 1 with a 4-3-3. Lost Conference League final to Leeds after an early red card. Oh, early red cards in massive games. They wind me up. They happen far more frequently than they should. I think we can put out a pretty strong side here. That's good. That is good. Let's go Silva rather than Vega there. If it brings more excitement to FIFA careers, yeah, absolutely does, Scraps. I don't mind. I used to like playing player mode, but even then, after a couple of seasons, I'm normally bored of that. I never really get to any sort of real stage in the future. You get to start to play for England within a couple of seasons, no matter what league you're in. It's a bit silly. FM is a challenge as long as you're not trying to do a build a nation save. 11 games into season 4, my second at Bruges. 10 wins, a draw. Selling Dick who's got sent off. Yep. That happens for me sometimes. Players can wind me up to the point where they are never playing for me again. That's why I expect beat Copenhagen in the UCL League phase. Do you think you should be able to qualify for the knockouts in that one as well then? You leave the match to your staff in FM, is it bad? Um, I don't think I've ever done that. Other than friendlies, I mean, I never play friendlies. That's for the AI to do. No, it's called a director of football save. Yeah, I've seen a couple of videos on YouTube for that, and it's not one that I've ever been that interested in doing. Parasold was my best DM2. Yeah, but he crossed the line. He did something stupid. He deserved that. Let's hope that we can go on and get this win, because a draw, I think, brings Bayern right back into it. So if we've not scored in the next 10 minutes, we're going to have to go attacking, I think. We're looking at a playoff place in the Champions League, came top 8 in the Conference League, but that's a different ball game. Yeah, it is. It's a massively different ball game. Last season, we had Hertha in the Conference League, and we smashed that. I was expecting the Champions League to be a very different animal entirely. And we did make it into the round of 16 from the group stage. We finished 8th, slipped in there last game of the group stage, and we have finally got that goal against Augsburg. It's been a long time coming. Eric Cartman's playing against me. No, God loaned him there. Got a big game versus Chesterfield. You got so mad when I never heard of a team from Sussex. No, it was Essex. It was Billericay. I know it's probably just because I'm from Kent that for me Billericay is just it's a name everyone knows. It's peak Essex. Even the name itself, Billericay, very Essex. Next 6 Champions League games: Rennes, Man City, Sociedad, Dinamo Zagreb, Napoli, and PSG. I mean, there's 2 massive games in there. Rennes, Dinamo Zagreb, I reckon you should be able to win. Sociedad, Napoli. Don't know, that kind of on your level, I think, aren't they? Yeah, Chops, that's a great signing, but at some point I've now got to learn how to pronounce that name. Soboslai. Everyone knows Billericay from Gavin and Stacey. Thank you. That's what I should have been. That's what I should have been referencing. But it's peak Essex. Oh, so you're really looking to scrape into the knockouts then. But I mean, you get through. That's big money. Szoboszlai, but say slow. Szoboszlai. Okay, yeah, I'll try that. I'll get it eventually. I know Billericay from Paul Konchesky. Ex-Jules boy. I think we had him when he was like 35, 36. Gillingham. I'm a season ticket holder there. Right, let's take off some tired legs here, shall we? We've definitely got some decent talent on our bench now. First season we had with Hertha, it was very much we had a first 11, then we had a youth second 11. We've upgraded. Yeah, go on, smash Chesterfield. I'll probably ask you again tomorrow. That's fair enough, Digiboy. It really is. I find myself occasionally having to go through my follow list because you've got a few people who do come and chat on a semi regular basis, and I have to sort of try and remember. Right, you said you support this team. So I feel your pain there. I do feel your pain, and I certainly don't get offended by it. You ask me as many times as you need to. Swear we win every game by 4 to 5 goals. I mean, yeah, that's. Oh, and Adeyemi's injured again. We'll just do. We'll just do that, and I mean, I'm not worried that we're going to lose the game, but considering I brought Adeyemi in to be my backup, he's been very injured this season. I'm telling you, no, you've got ADHD if you're doing that. I think so, mate. Honestly, honestly. Slim Soul, mate. They are massive in your universe as well, Chops. They are massive. Oh, that was a much needed win. That one, much needed win. We retain that 4 point lead. 3 matches left to go. St. Pauli, Dortmund, and Hoffenheim. We should be winning all of those. St. Pauli and Hoffenheim, they're away, but they're both in relegation zone. Absolutely should be smashing that. Dortmund, they've been a long way behind us all season. We should be smashing that. It's a worse illness than people make out. Can't sit still or concentrate on anything. I can't even sleep some nights. It's horrible at times. I struggle with sleep as well. It's the getting to sleep because your mind just races. A technique I've started to use is to try to focus on thinking about one thing and one thing only. Something not stressful, but it might be something like my squad in Football Manager. Just going through my head, this player is my goalkeeper, this is my right back, this is my centre back, and it's just trying to do it by, I don't know, just focus on something that isn't too stimulating. But yeah, I do struggle with sleep sometimes. Not Scraps is in full Leeds fan appreciation mode. Round of 16 draw. Who you got? Gladbach, Arsenal, West Ham, Monaco. Oh, there's a few in there you wouldn't mind. Gladbach, West Ham, Monaco, Celtic, Ajax. I think you could take them. Celtic, yeah, there we go. That's the one. If you're in Europe and you've got a Scottish team, you just call that a buy. No chance of that here. I remember the most random things I don't need to and forget my mate's name or something. Yeah, yeah. I will have that. I will remember awkward moments, anxious moments, embarrassing moments from any point in the last 40 years of my life. Just at that point when I'm trying to drift off. And yeah, I often forget words just at the point. I'm overconfident with it sometimes. I'm going to use a particular word when I'm in a meeting or something, and then I will lose it by the time I get to what I'm saying. Yeah, you're already there, Chops. That's it, done. Give the boys a 2 week break. LFC and Leeds on top. LAFC have Dallas at 1:30 in the morning. Oh. Well, we will be finishing about 1:30 in the morning, Scrap. So perfect timing for you to jump over and watch LAFC. And you smashed Chesterfield. Of course you did. Notts County. Not quite as much money as Wrexham, but not far off, are they? That's my biggest flex when I go on a date. They ask about me and I just say, Champions League team, follow me. Beautiful. The question is, how often does that work, Chops? How often does that work? Right. Our next game is Arsenal. It actually does. Oh. And I suppose actually with your genuine football background, it probably has got a bit more weight. Got a question for you. Go on in, Scraps. What do we got? Which player scored the fastest hat trick in the Premier League? It was Robbie Fowler, but someone else did it, didn't they? Was it Mane? There you go. Chops has said Mane as well. It was Robbie Fowler, but I think Mane beat it. Was it Salah? Was it? Oh, it was Bamford. You're wrong. It absolutely wasn't. He's a Leeds fan. Yeah, so welcome to Scraps quiz. He did promise a quiz for last Saturday, but then I didn't stream because I got caught up in the pub. Three players share the record for most Premier League red cards. 8. Who are they? Ooh. I suspect that the suspects I'm thinking of aren't going to be the ones. Hey, welcome back, Duck. Oh, Vinnie Jones is a good shout, but did he play enough of his career in the Premier League age? Duncan Ferguson's got to be one. Vieira, yeah, he was red cards all day long. Richard Dunn. Roy Keane? Oh, Lee Cattermole's a good shout. Casemiro, Fernandez, Maguire, absolute scumbags. Scraps, I feel like you've taken this quiz in a different direction to what I was expecting. Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with the categorization there, but next question, my brain's engaged now. With 202 clean sheets, which goalkeeper has the best record in the Premier League? I want to say David James. Go on, Ducky, let's have a joke. I know it's David James, but I mean, given the way the quiz has gone so far, Digiboy, I think you're on to something there. Check. Yeah, not a bad shout. He had a good career, didn't he? Oh, roll balls, really? $100. We're not betting. We're not betting. 100%. No. I thought it was David James. Don't test my ball knowledge. No, okay. I'm gonna wait for the real answer from Scraps though. I need to do beat City with Wigan. Ah, no, Chop's laying down the knowledge for us there. Yeah, I remember the FA Cup final. What a weekend that was. Right, let's. I need a moment to pick my team. Yeah, go on, Scraps. It over to you, mate. All right, let's. Yeah, we can pick a strong team here, can't we? And not that the next game matters as much as this one. This is huge. Options limited on the bench for this one. Yeah. I was too slow to answer the question. I was picking my team, but yeah, it would absolutely would have been 22. It was the first season they started to work it down towards 20, wasn't it? 4 went down and 2 went up from the Championship or Division 1 as it was then. I'm with Chops. I think that was Billing. It was this season, wasn't it, against Arsenal? It was against Arsenal, wasn't it? Shane Long. Well done, Digiboy. And we're already 1 down to Arsenal. Talking of really quick goals. 16 seconds. Ouch. Go on then. Why should you always knock on a fridge door? Oh, I know this one as well. It's escaping me. It's just at the tip of my tongue, Duck. Chief, welcome back. It's been a while. How are you, mate? I'm really good. I'm really good. To make sure there's no salad dressing, that was the one. Well done. He named the former Germany international, went on to become a professional wrestler in WWE. Oh, I'm not sure I can. Good clearance. Oh, Chief, honestly, no need to apologise at all, mate. Life comes first. But it's always good to see you back here. Tim Weiss. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, Scraps. I don't think I've heard of him as a footballer or as a wrestler. How long did he? How long did he last there, Chops? What was the name of the hotel Jose Mourinho lived in when he managed Manchester United? It weren't Hotel Football, was it? It weren't Gary Neville's bloody hotel. 41 days. That's impressive. Who will be the next manager to take England to glory? This is tough. I know we've already decided that one, mate. That's you. That's Chops. He's the man. Travelodge. Rangers tried to sign which superstar after Alex McLeish was alerted to his ability through popular video game Football Manager. Was that Freddie Adu? Was that the Freddie Adu attempt? Now, this is going back a while, so it might not be. This might be me talking rubbish. Oh, Messi. Clubs use this for real now, don't they? The Football Manager database. They do genuinely use it as a starting point. It was recommended by his son. That's incredible. What a story. Wouldn't put it past the Glazers with Jose and the Travel Lodge. Yeah. Yeah. Chief will have a few things to say about that, I'm sure. Get it away. A 1 goal lead. I felt like we could turn around a 2 goal lead. I'm not convinced. All right, let's get a big 6'6" lad on up front. Probably too late for us anyway. And we'll get Cristiano off. This has been disappointing. I don't think we're good enough for this stage of the Champions League, but we've run through to the semi-final. We've done well. Newell's old boys, yeah. And Chops, looks like you are smashing Celtic. Good stuff. Shoutful player appeared in Champions League final in 3 different decades. That is Maldini. That is Maldini. He did it in the 80s, 90s, and the 2000s. Gotta be. Ryan Giggs. I'm glad you're not scoring this, mate, because I don't think I'm doing very well so far. Anyone know the story of Diaz playing for Chile, though? Through FM? As in Brereton Diaz. Digiboy, you've got this. Yeah. Your studies are definitely paying off here. Lost in 2005, though, didn't he? Duck, just to pull those years out of your head. That's brilliant. Can't be asked anymore. No, fair enough, mate. I mean, running a quiz isn't easy. Yeah, Digiboy definitely gets a trophy for that one. Very much our winner. It wasn't the first time it happened. You've had that question before. Well, we stuffed that one up. Yeah, you got auto modded there. Fair, I've not had that many people chatting. Like I say, I'm still only 10 weeks into it, so a lot of terms haven't even been attempted yet. I quite like that one. Auto mod is smart. So is Calvin Phillips going to Bayern Munich, do we think? I mean, it would be a bloody good move for him. He might actually have a chance of playing some matches as well. Which player became the top scorer and record appearance maker for their own national team? Robbie Keane's a good shout. Oh, through Football Manager when they realised they were eligible through Football Manager. Well, that's some deep trivia. That is. I want to. I think this is going to be someone who plays for a very small nation now. Okay, I'm definitely did wrong thing there. I didn't mean to praise his form, just his training. Sorry. It's a former Chelsea reserve player. Oh, that narrows it down to about half of the current stock of professional footballers. Um, Probably someone who they're going to be a striker if they're the now top scorer. Although if they're playing for an obscure team, ooh. So the question, Scraps, is which player, after realising they were eligible for a nation because of Football Manager, then went on to become that nation's uh, top got the top appearances and became their top scorer. Just beat Ammonia 7-0 away in quarterfinals of the cup. It's yeah. I mean, at this point, Chops, you're just bullying Cyprus. Oh, this is a tough one, Ducky. This is a struggle. So for a Chelsea reserve, presumably never made it into the first team based on that. And we are big spenders in the transfer market there. They never made it into the first team, presumably because of the wording of that. They're former Chelsea reserve player, so they're not a big player. But surely Petr Cech would have known he was eligible for Czechia before he looked at Football Manager. I think it's both goals and appearances, Chops. Same thing happened with his brothers. His brother also took up that playing for that national team as a result of effort. Oh, now did his Cliver? Did his brother also play for Chelsea reserves? I'm not sure this is going to help me, but it might narrow it down. It probably won't because I'm struggling to name any player who's ever been a Chelsea reserve. He played 100 plus for his country as well. Chelsea youth, okay. So two brothers who played for Chelsea at never got to the first team, but have gone on to make 100 plus. Or this, yeah, the elder one, or the one who made it into the reserve team, has gone on to make 100 plus appearances and is their top scorer. We are looking at. I mean, are we looking at some relatively obscure island nation somewhere out in the Pacific? Right, I'm going to put Kohane in the centre just because he's fit to play. And we'll go. It's tired. Lethen's injured. Right, we're just going to have to put you out there. Diamande. Hardy should be fit for this one. Excellent. And Hopefully, Cho can start turning this around and start getting us some more goals soon. Akeley, Kari, you, and you. There we go. A brother played for AFC Wimbledon. Back in Fenwar. Okay, interesting choice. I don't remember him ever playing international football, but he has a silly name. I really feel like I should be something should be popping into my brain right now. Would the nation be too much of a giveaway, do you reckon, Ducky? JJ Okocha. PY are his initials. Please be a goal. And we could do this being a nice, easy match. There we go. Good start. Patricio Yanez. And I'm assuming that's a real player and you've not just put two names together. You know, I play too much FM when I know stuff like this. Oh, Doc, you don't just, you live FM now. When you can pull questions like, or trivia like this out, you live it. Phil Jordanovich. That feels like a made up name. It does. And you said it was a silly name as well. Or the names are flying in here. What have we got? Pascal Yasminson, Kirill Pianchenin, that's not a real name. Phil Young, Papa Younger, Phil Jones, Rodrigo Yamaha. I mean, it is very close. Phil Young husband. That is a silly name. So, what nation does he? Does he still play for them? Or what's the nation? That was a good shout, did you, boy? Filipino. Amazing. And he only found out that he was eligible through Football Manager. So Football Manager had him, or like had him down as dual nationality, or eligible for dual nationality, and he just went, "Oh wow, I could play international football. I'm going to go do this." See, never let anyone tell you that Football Manager is just a game. It is now the lifeblood of our footballing system. Chops, I definitely feel like I need a soundboard just so I can go budum for that one. 5 games unbeaten in your Notts County save. You're top of the league, Scraps. Who scored the 15,000th goal in Premier history? That could be anyone. It could be absolutely anyone, that. Um, I mean, when you got to think about the time period as well. When was the 15,000th goal scored? That's got to be fairly recently, I'd think. Defeated Celtic, well done, Chops. Or we've got two people saying the same name. Moritz Volts, 2006. Scraps did. At least you're owning up to it, mate. Ducky was the brother James' young husband. I feel like I know that name. I could be making it up though. 12 rounds behind Tesco. Football fact sheet, love it. Or quarter-final draw. That's when it all starts to turn more difficult. And Diamande, another goal. He's not played much of late, Diamande. He was an absolute legend last season. Helped us turn it around. But I've just got so much strength now. Fortunately, he's not getting the game time that he used to. Uh, so yeah, we'll go with 3 subs for now. Which football team has scored over 1,000 goals in each of the 4 professional England leagues? I know this one. I'm keeping out of it. We've had this one in the stream before. You have all these UCL draws, meanwhile facing Solihull Moors. Oh, Real Madrid. That's a tough one. Sweet Lorelei. You took them to penalties last season, where you got to go and get revenge this time around. And if you're good enough to take them to penalties one time, you're good enough to beat them the next. You've got this. We, on the other hand, have to try and turn around a 2-0 deficit against Arsenal, which may be beyond us. Anyone remember the in real life SI April Fool's joke? No, I can't say I do, Ducky. I remember there was one. And that looks like a legitimate goal. Let it happen, ref. Just let it happen. Don't get involved. It's a goal. And there we go. Job done here. That did for the rest of the league. Not a huge amount. Bayern Munich are winning or have already won. Yeah, see you in a minute, Scraps. Go on, Digi. What have you got for us? Camavinga's leaving on a free. Surely you've got to snap him up if he's going free. I'm going to make an FM 1800. Wow. That would have been something. So which players won all the top 4 leagues in English football? Won all. Oh, that's a good one. And a 2-in-1. Who's the only England international to play in the League of Ireland? Not the same player, I assume. To the second one, I'm going to take a stab in the dark. I'm going to say Harry Maguire. I reckon he went on loan. Nice stuff. Got to make a signing like that on a free. Oh God, I didn't mean to do it twice. Can I undo that? Sorry, Scraps. See you in 20 minutes. Oh, there we go. Untime out. I can undo it. 155k. I mean, that's a lot of money in Cyprus. And that must pretty much all be Champions League money. That's got to be it, surely. That wasn't Harry. Okay. Thank you very much for the follow, Swindon on top. That's a surprise. You can't get rid of me. Have you just signed up, Scraps, to another account just so you could make that joke? I mean, mate, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Well done, sir. Well done. And I'll take it. It's an extra follower. It's all good. Last season, after 36 games, we hit our highest goal scored of 100. That's just too much. 105 in 27. I'll give you a clue. The League of Ireland player's brother managed Ireland. Oh, that's hold on. It was Bobby Charlton. Jack Charlton managed Ireland, didn't he? Fuck Swindon. Fully agreed, DG. Fuck Swindon. Perfect. Perfect phrase. If he bans that account, it bans them all. Okay, right. He played for Waterford, did he? Wow. Was this start of career or end of career? Give me 3 minutes for the other player. So the one who's won all four leagues. Oh, it's Steve Ball, Wolves. I'm sure I remember reading something about that as a kid. He played with Wolves in all four leagues. Ah, did Wolves win the league though? Nope, won them all as a player. Bugger. Okay. Oh, I thought I'd done something then. I thought I'd pulled out some football trivia knowledge. Got a clip of you saying Swindon on top. You. Oh, you. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Wolves did win Division 4, 3, and 2, but not Division 1. Who won all four then? Wasn't with the same club, was it? Jamaican international. Oh, Fraser Campbell. No, he played for England. No, that's nonsense. I was just trying to think of someone who went played for a big club but went out on loan quite a bit. I know you mean the Leicester centre back, don't you? Where's Thingy? Morgan. Well done. Well done. Good work, Ducky. Oh, Scraps, I'm going to say welcome back, and I almost mean it. Could have been Wes Julian. Right, huge game here, everyone. This is the one. This is the one that matters. So, fit or not, my best team are playing this one. João Neves is getting worse, as is Keeley. Come on. Right, or are these guys all getting better? Could be that. Whoever is fit and eligible goes on the bench. Yeah, you're back in training rehab. You can sit on the bench. Where's Schneider top League Two with Colchester? That's not real, is it? My fault that you conceded. Yeah, it's more anti Gills than pro Swindon, really. There, oh, good stuff. Tend to find you have to You've got to get at least, what, 10, 11 points, I think, for that league phase qualification. If you can get to that point, you're almost certainly through. All right, let's go attacking. We need a goal. Ducky, 11 hours of me. How have you put up with it? Nixa Delibasic, 1.7 million from Serbia. That's not. What sort of level does he get to? Even 90 minutes, Digiboy. That's a lot of having to put up with me. And Scrap's 10.5 hours. Wow. There we go. Conceding isn't the end of the world. Oh, we needed a goal there. 19 in 2025. You see, one of these where you have to have the Serbian leagues loaded for them to even sharpen the game. If we've gone down to 10 mem. Well, I think that just about does it for any hopes we had of getting into a Champions League final. We were so on top in this as well. Bugger. Right, let's see if we can go and score goals. Okay, so it might be one that I'll have a look afterwards and see if he exists in this universe. I've had a couple of recommendations for players, but some of them, I haven't got the right leagues loaded, so they never show up, or I don't have a large enough database. There you go. Scrap's an easy win in the end. All right, we're looking for a miracle here. Margraf. Probably aimed for Oliveira at the back, but didn't reach him. Margraf again. Was going near post this time, I think. Oliveira just couldn't get there. I hit it at the big boy tactic. Not quite working tonight. Let's encourage the team. Arsenal look like they've come to defend. We've just got to throw caution to the wind here. There's no point. There's no point like not conceding. We need to go and get goals. So let's do that. Cohane's tired, so Kirkes can come on. Margraf can stay on because I've got no one else to replace him, and then Keeley can come off Akari. And let's just hope. You've sent me something. Oh, that's a decent run. We'll share it on stream once we've concluded this match. Come on, lads. Let's not end this now. We can do this. Yeah, there's always a lot of pressure when your home leg comes first. Come on, Cho. Oh, don't do this to me, game. Don't do this to me. He was onside. Let him have it. Come on. Club's just so healthy. Walked in on 5 million in the red and improved the squad and decreased the average age by 5. I was bringing in 46 million net. I do like coming into a dysfunctional team and being able to turn them around like that, making money, selling off all the old men. Get back financially, get some pull. Reckon we can win this Champions League in a few years. Fingers crossed, mate. My aim is to win it within the next 2 seasons. And the fact we've managed the semi-final this season gives me a bit of encouragement for next year. I prefer home first. So I don't know. I think I prefer away first. £26 million. That feels like a lot for a Cypriot team. Right. Last couple of changes. Right. Chrysostomy and let's bring on Hardy. Hint for VAR. If the assist comes up before the VAR, check it's onside. If it doesn't come up, it's off. Ah, you've ruined it for me there. I didn't. I'd not. I deliberately tried not to see the pattern because I know last year there was something, wasn't there? Um, it was a dead giveaway, and once I knew that, it was like if their arms moved in the celebration, it was going to be allowed, and if they celebrated without raising their arms, then it was disallowed. I tried not to see the pattern this year because as soon as I knew that, I was like, I know what's happening. There's no drama to it. Oh, that was close. Yeah, if you're off to a bigger club. Well, that's what you do. You just make your name and then move up. Peas and rice, a son of God, has followed. Oh, Margraf with a great chance there. He's offside anyway. Most obscure team I've watched play live. Dance and Albion B. Well, we gave it a good shot. We went down to 10 men. We still won tonight's match 1-0 and we battered Arsenal. They're quite lucky to be walking away only 1 goal down in this leg. But that is the end of our Champions League run this season. Gillingham. Oh, we might be obscure now, but we're a sleeping giant. Just you wait. We might even make the championship in 5 years' time. That's apparently our chairman's aim. It is to make the championship in the next 5 years. Appeal against that. That was a horrendous tackle. And you want to rest. Tough. There's no rests. Not at this stage of the season. You play. We'll rest everyone for training for 2 days because they've had a punishing couple of weeks, but Portimonense. Watch them on holiday. So did you go on a holiday to watch them, or were you on holiday and just decided, I'm going to go along and watch this match? Dance and Albion B was a team my good friend used to play for. The Sunday League team. So yeah, I'd say that's pretty obscure. It's for this is a good way to spend a couple of hours. How was the match? Mine's Tingley AFC. That's a good name. I like that. Tingley. An old man who isn't an old man but is in your eyes. Yeah, I reckon I'll probably fall into that bucket as well, don't I, DG? As an old man. In fact, I'm probably old enough to be all of your dads. Well, that's a depressing thought for me. Which team has played the most EFL seasons without playing in the top league? Ooh. Went 2-0 down, but brought it back to 2-all. Could probably do with a lead, couldn't you? Can't be Adam because he is old. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna argue it. Right. There we go. This is this is Scrap's little run. It's a decent start to the season, that. When's your match against Wrexham? That'll give you an idea of how likely you are to win the league. Yeah, Bristol Rovers doesn't feel like a bad shout. I'm going to say Bristol City just to go the other side. I don't think they've been in the top flight, have they? Obviously, they're quite close in that they're in the Championship at the moment. All right, so set for Bundesliga total. This would break Bayern Munich's record. Another win would break Bayern Munich's record. We could become, in one season, the best football team ever to have played in the German league. That's how I take it. There we go. And this is Reese's run. I mean, that's incredible. All I saw was the 6-0, 8-0, 8-1, and that's all I needed to see to know what your league is like. This is a lovely result though, beating Barcelona 2-0. AZ 4-0, Club Brugge 4-1. Celtic. I mean, the 1-all draw, that's. I suppose it's a European game. Everyone's going to be a bit tentative. It's not that bad. But yeah, I can see why you're struggling to keep the enthusiasm going. But yeah, that's impressive. There's not even a draw in the league anywhere, is there? Have you managed a perfect season yet? Because I feel that's coming, Chops. Definitely feel that's coming at some point. Only found out today that Donny, who runs my gym, went to school with my father. Small world. It can be. Oh, what are we telling? What do you think? Yeah. Talk it up. Good. Excellent. They've all reacted well to that. Lovely stuff. And to win it against Dortmund would be quite nice. That would be it. This is it. This game, if we win this, we have won our first top flight title in the save. And yes, it's 2032, but I started in the Swedish second division. And to be fair, my last season with Rangers, we absolutely bottled the title. We did, genuinely bottled it. I've got some records here. So Aris Limassol, most matches without losing. This is just incredible. And there it is, 10th of May, 2025, and it's just continued from there. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Well, that's got to be a record, hasn't it? Anywhere in the world. I can't imagine there's anyone else in the any other club in the world who's ever achieved something like that. We know who else started in the Swedish lower leagues. Graham from Solihull. And there was me thinking you were talking about Zlatan. Well, that's assuming he did. Can't imagine Zlatan ever made the lower leagues. I'm pretty sure he was born a top flight player, wasn't he? All right. Right, my dog is tapping around for attention. So give me 2 minutes. I'm just going to go and let the dog out, run around in the garden. So I'll be back in just a couple. Okay, and we're back. Hope you didn't miss me too much. Oh, second leg against Madrid. Big game for you, and there's a big game for me right here as well. I would say the biggest game of my managerial career in this save so far, actually. Here we go. It's time to go and win a league title. Or a lead in 7 minutes. That's an encouraging start. That's a very encouraging start indeed. They equalised 4 minutes later, yeah. Oh, that feels like a football manager for you. Anderlecht away should be that's a winnable one as well. Yeah, let's not go losing this one. Come on. Oh, chops, this is topsy turvy. Hardest game of the league season in the league, yeah. Is it one of those that if you win that, you feel like you've won the league there and then? 0-0 still unbeaten, Scraps. 2-2. Oh. Well, you're having one of those. I reckon it'll go in your favour, though. Just a feeling. Carney. And we've taken the lead in the game that we need to win if we are going to win the league title with a game to spare. Lovely. Not at the Pistol League stage yet. It's a young side in development. I like that because after a couple of years, that young side, as long as you can keep the core of it together, that becomes a dominant side for years to come. Giving away a pen, no. That's your big one, Scraps. If you can win that, then you're on for the league title. And now you've got a pen. This ref's busy. 2-0. We're winning the league tonight. Come on. Roke hat trick. Well. Rock. That's Rock, isn't it? Francisco Conceição is quality. Doing the job for you then, is he? Careful, Scraps. You know what Football Manager likes to do with you? That's exactly what Football Manager likes to do to your, Scraps. Isaac Johannesson, Philip Ronigan, Jorgensen, yeah. Jorgensen I've signed I think FM22 quite a few times. He was a very good player. 5-5 on aggregate. That's amazing. FM likes to push all our buttons, Scraps. Got to create drama from somewhere. Otherwise, you end up with a league looking like Chots. 211 unbeaten in a row. Right. Changes to just to freshen some legs up. Don't want to give Dortmund a way back into the game. 1-0 up, 2 minutes, good start. 2 up in 27 minutes. That's great, Digi. Off the bar. You're definitely getting the dramatic finish. What system are you using, Digi? 10 minutes left. Come on. We've got no drama here whatsoever. We are pissing this. We've won the league. Now that I have the emote, I know it's not. I now know it's beer and not Coca-Cola. Welcome back, Mustang. Possession-based overloads all over the pitch. I do like a possession-based tactic. Oh, the Gula time. You know when verifying your mobile on Twitch? Yeah, go on, Ducky, go on. Cracked my phone camera last night, but I'll list out my formation. Okay. And can we just appreciate the beauty of this? This is Adwin84's first top flight title in this save with Hertha Berlin, who, I mean, this is just a beautiful, beautiful team. Go on, you lift that trophy. You enjoy this moment, boys. Look at that. Fireworks, ticker tape, everything. Come on. Oh, that's worth a beer or two. There we go. You also got the croc emote. Yeah, the random croc emote. Penalties again. Oh, this you got to beat them this time. Oh, I'm delighted. Come on, Chops. Right, so you get the plus 44, yeah. If mine number starts with oh number starts with 079, what do I move when putting it in? So apparently you're meant to remove the zero. So it starts 79 as opposed to 079. So yeah, that zero is replaced by the international calling code. However, some sites it's you don't need that. You can just leave the zero in there. Ah, yes, the elephant drink with the can of Stella. I'm absolutely engrossed in this penalty shootout going on via chat. We're all behind you, Chops. Oh, come on. This is it. Is Stella a big favourite in England? Fair. I mean, yeah, fairly. It's probably one of the most popular beers, yeah. Oh, it's nearly there. It's nearly done. There we go. Confirmation. We've taken Hertha to their first ever Bundesliga title. This is it. Come on, Marcus. Yeah, first titles in over a century. Hey, and success over in the Cypriot universe with Chops and his semi-final, quarter-final victory over Real Madrid on penalties. I mean, that's justice done for last season, mate. All right, I'm not going to rest him for the last game of the season. That's just stupid. But look at that! Look at that! Hertha are German champions. We've broken the streak. Bayern Munich had won the previous 20. I think it was 20, 19. Lots. It was just lots. But no longer. Wrexham time scraps. This is the big one. Go and win that. Throw everything at them. Oh, we get to expand the backroom staff a little bit. More coaches, more physios, sports scientists who are obviously very important. Cracking stuff. Right, let's go and play this last game of the season, shall we? Let's see that final league table with Hertha at the top. Now it's not letting me log back in. Wow. Cheers for the congratulations there, guys. Is it signed you out then? Bizarre. And you were just trying to verify your mobile number. Did we beat Bayern in the Champions League? We did. We did. I think it was 4-1 on aggregate, 4-1 at our place, 0-0 in the second leg, if I remember rightly. We can have a look. Yep. So beat them quite comfortably. Sadly lost out to Arsenal in the semi-finals though. We lost 2-0 in the away leg, beat them 1-0 in the home leg, but it just wasn't enough. But we did win the Bundesliga, and I'm delighted. I rarely get quite as happy about doing well in football manager, but this has felt like a real slog. And after bottling the league with Rangers, I was beginning to think it wouldn't happen. Big games all over chat tonight. Scraps has got Wrexham in, well, what is pretty much going to decide the league already. Bayern fuming, lost the league and the Champions League too. Yeah, they did get some semblance of revenge. They beat us in the semi-final of the German Cup. It took extra time for them to get the better of us, but they've got that little thing. But yes, we are absolutely champions of Germany now. And I think we're not too far away from becoming champions of Europe. We weren't a million miles off of Arsenal. That's a good run. Surely top of the league with fixture list like that, with results like that. Got to be top of that league. I was going to say, if you were holiday chops, you potentially going to throw away that incredible league run. But if you win 13-0 on holiday, don't even hate Bayern, but definitely bought to Hertha Berlin for this FM stream. Appreciate the support, Mustang. Massively appreciate the support. I do tend to find sometimes I will develop a soft spot for a club just because I've taken over the as manager on FM. Hertha are now up there. Absolutely my favourite German team now. Dennis Bergkamp's your assistant. I love that. Now, who was the Digi? Who was the player we were going to look at that you've got in your universe? Your Serbian 1.7 million. There you go. Mohamed Ali Cho, 49 appearances, 46 goals. You don't do much better than that, do you? Delibasic, that's the one. Got a soft spot for Aris just because they followed you. Yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't you? I don't think he's in my universe. I do think part of the problem is when I started the save, these weren't the leagues I had loaded. I had Wales, Northern Ireland, Republic of Ireland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, just small leagues because I was starting out small. So it could be that I don't have certain players loaded because I just didn't have leagues where they might, come up. So that I reckon that's it. Well done, Chops. I like Marseille. Marseille have won the league and Champions League with them on FM. Yep. It was my French team. I can't remember now. I might have to look through the league at some point. Love Como won a treble with them in 2034. Gillingham are playing a friendly against them on 12th of July. We're doing a little Italian pre-season tour. Oh, Scraps, go on, you've got this. Oh yeah, let's have a look at Limassol in this one. I suppose I should say Arishan though, because of the three different clubs you got named Limassol. So what we're looking at, coefficients, weren't we? Right, so Cyprus 18th. I don't think is too bad for them. Right, let's find them first. They are 374th. That's only because apparently they managed to make it into Europe this season. So yeah, the Aris are quite some way down. Where in Italy are Gillingham playing? So yeah, we're playing Como on the 12th. As far as I know, it's the only game we've got uh, arranged while we're over there. Or yours was away, wasn't it, Scraps? So it's not the be all and end all. If Gillingham play a game close to Milan, I'll go to it. Oh, that would be amazing. If you do, make sure you get a picture of the game. Get a picture of yourself at the game and send it to me on Twitter because that'd be quite something. But as far as I know, we've only got the one game arranged, and I don't know if there are plans for any more. 3-2 at half time. It looks like a busy game over there. Chops, I think I missed who your semi final is. Who are you playing against? Como is right near Milan, is it? I didn't know that. My Italian geography is not great. I know quite a lot of Gillingham fans are going to make their way out to Italy for this match. Yeah, we wanted Gillingham to win as well. Good stuff. Okay, which was the first team to win 3 FA Cups in a row? Oh, good question. Oh, you got Bayern Munich. Okay, well, good luck to you, mate. I feel like if you can beat Madrid, you can beat Munich. Well done, DJ. I was going to go for something like Royal Engineers. I was thinking the same time period as you, DJ. Because the FA Cup used to be the only competition, didn't it? The only national competition. It wasn't even the cup came before the league. Okay, let's go with. Might as well go with the first team. No point resting anyone for the last game of the season. This is their lap of honour. What a team it is we've put together here. Oh, scraps! It's going well. All right, good night, Digi. Yeah, thanks for joining us, mate. I will be back on Tuesday next. So Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, I try to keep it regular. So yeah, see you Tuesday if you can make it. Oh, scraps! It's going either way. You might pull one back. Oh, chops! Disallowed for you or disallowed for them? Oh, Mustang, you'd be pleased to know we've changed styles a bit for next season. So we've got three. I think we've got three gorgeous kits. The black and white definitely my favourite. Probably won't be yours, given that's probably got some Juve feels about it. But the blue and black is gone. We're now just blue and white, which is a bit more traditional. Black and white away kit, which I adore, and I think might just edge it as my favourite. And then the third kit is just it's 90s. It's got that 90s feel about it. It's pink. It's got random lines and shapes and colours. It's that's just gorgeous if you ask me. But yeah, so no longer Inter Milan, but a bit Juve in our away kit there. Go on, shots. 4-4 Wrexham. Oh, disallowed. That's unlucky. Yes, it's like Juventus, so definitely not like the home shirt is cool. Our third shirt is mental, but it's brilliant. I remember saying before they'd released the design for the third kit that I wanted something that had a bit of a 90s feel for the third, just something different. Yeah, something a bit weird, a bit wonderful. And they pulled that out of the bag. Oh, good clearance from McCarney there. I just want to play the Champions League games. Yeah, I know what you mean. When the league is as easy as you're obviously finding it, I don't blame you for leaving a few of them to old Dennis Burkamp. Unlucky scraps. That's it sounded like a tight one. Should give you some encouragement. If you can keep up your form over the season, they're bound to drop points. Well, it looks like we're a little bit too relaxed in this one. We've not done anything. We've had a bit of the ball. We've just done nothing with it. I can't entirely blame them. No, Dor will be fine. He can at least limp it through till half time. Is that your first Champions League final, Chops? There we go. First time in club history. And 2-0 in the first leg. That feels promising. Darlington National League North. Are they in the league below you, Scraps? Or are they in the National League? I can't remember. Thankfully, for at least one more season, I don't need to look that far down the English leagues to see Gillingham. And Cho does a nice little dance after giving us the lead there. Lovely stuff. No clue. Okay. Right, half time, we're 1-0 up. Deserved? Possibly not. Does it matter? Definitely not. We will look at the league table just to see what that's going to end up looking like at the end. Drew 1-1. Oh, replays are the worst. I get why we need them, especially for the smaller clubs. They're huge. Yeah, if you've got say Man United at home and you manage to hold out for a draw, the money you get for the away leg for the away match, the replay, huge. Like that will sustain some clubs for multiple seasons. But in Football Manager, they're rubbish. Arsenal v Newcastle in the other semi-final. You're rushing it through then, Chops. Just get through Champions League game. That's all that matters. Burkholdt. Oh, that should have been two. Should have been two, right. Let's make some changes. I'll get Dor off because I probably should have taken him off at half time. Who else do we want? Diamande can come and have a little lap of honour. Who else has played a big part in the season? Chrysostomu. Kari's been a decent backup, and Kirkes actually has played probably more than I expected him to. He's been a very good understudy for Cohane. Was it the FA Vase or the FA Trophy? You'll be fine in that away leg. You've got the 2-0 lead. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Hardy and I'm trying to act as if this game enthuses me, but we've already won the league. I don't care. Guarantee you, in real life, I've got a beer on the go on the touchline. I've absolutely got a beer on the go here. Kari having a little shot. I mean, he did score a couple of quite wondrous goals earlier on in the season. That's promising stuff, Chops. And disappointing shot, just bobbles wide there. Nil-nil disallowed goal. You're on top. And one more goal, and that's it. You've got to feel that's done. You wouldn't even need to worry. Oh, is it the fourth qualifying round then? That's not a bad draw, actually, Scraps. And once you get into the FA Cup proper, you either want the biggest teams available, the likes of Ipswich, Sheffield Wednesday, etc., or you want one you can win. There you go. That's the goal. That's the one that guarantees it. Similarly, that guarantees our win here tonight. Stuff. That just tops off our season nicely. That's right. This is why that goal is so important. You built the buffer. 4-0 replay. There you go. Easy. And that's it. That's it, ladies. Final league table. Let's get that up. We want to see that in all its glory. So we went from last season finishing 15, still being second, but finishing 15 points behind Bayern Munich. And, well, we struggled to get there in the first place. But it does make you think, if we hadn't had such a bad start to the season, how close could we have been to Bayern Munich last year? But it doesn't matter. Because this year we are 7 points clear of them, smashing all the records, 88 points in the league. We've won 28 matches. Their record was 26. Didn't quite get their goal scoring record, but we've only conceded 19 through the season. We have just been an absolute force. Oh, Chops into the final. Well, disappointingly, I'm going to finish the stream now, and we're going to pick up the summer transfer window in the next one. So it'll be not much action, but a lot of chat. Going on holiday till 31st of May. Don't blame you. Don't blame you. Next one will be on Tuesday night, Scraps. So, yeah, I am thinking about doing a Discord server actually. If not, PMD Adaptable, who is a very good streamer, who actually I'll give a shout out to now. He has said I can I'll just invite people over there. Yeah, great idea, Chops. Yeah, tweet me and let me know, or DM me and let me know how you get on. Yeah, I'll make sure I follow you back on Twitter actually. Okay, well, that has been a fantastic stream for us. Semi-finals of the Champions League, further than we thought we were going, and obviously we won the league by some distance as well. We won it with a game to spare. Bayern obviously lost their final match of the season, so that 7-point gap is, well, it looks massive, doesn't it? It was a lot tighter than that makes it look, but my God, we are happy, happy, happy people. I'm just going to see who is around for a raid, so we can all keep the party going. No one I follow is still live, so let's go find someone. Obviously, at this point of the night, it's finding someone who is, or at least speaks English. So, here we go. Damo23, that's a new one. So let's get that raid going. You should stream the save. You should. I think that'd be quite interesting, Chops. Genuinely, I'd quite like to watch that. I think the difficulty you'd find is just trying to keep yourself motivated as you go through. But if you've got people to chat to as you're doing it, I think it'll be easier. Yeah, Scraps, do that. Let me know how you get on. All right. Well, thank you very much, everyone. It's been a genuine pleasure. Thank you so much for the new followers, Chops, Digiboy, and Swindon on top. And yes, I'm saying that just because you're making me Scraps. And massive thanks to Chops for both the sub and the donation, and the gifted sub. Just incredible, mate. Didn't need to do that, but I really appreciate it. We're now going to go and jump over and raid Damo23, who's streaming Football Manager, and hopefully I'll see you all on Tuesday night. Take care, guys.